Yay. And it is Sunday evening, October the 22nd. Welcome to my desk. I have a lot to catch up on. Yeah. But I've been having fun, so I have a lot of things to show you, especially with my tatting, because that's what I've been doing. I want to work on Santa faces. I'm working in sort of a Christmas journal here. I've done more of a winter journal. I guess you can call this a winter journal. I'm going to put some carolers in here, and we'll just see what else I put in here. So I'm working on that. I'd like to finish painting these ochre pods and get them hung up. I painted last year a black cat in the hat. I've got some string hanging here from whatever. And we've got a little gnome here and a ghost. And I think I'll do an elf. I was going to do a cowboy, but I think I'll do an elf on this one. I have a lot I want to get done. So there we go. So let me get over here and sign on to my tablet so that I can see folks coming in and welcome them in when they come in. Go to my channel. And let's see who I have in here. Christy. Hi, Christy M. Christy MV. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. What are you up to these days? Oh, got a survey on the ad. Let's just get rid of that. And live chat. I don't know how much I'll get done today, but I hope I get a lot done. Let's see, let me go ahead and fix things while we're waiting for folks to come in. It always starts my quality off low. So, and this can go up to 1080, and I'm really surprised that it can do that. Christy says, good to see you. Hi, Arlene. How are you doing? And Nina, hi, Nina. Aw, she says she can't stay, but she wanted to say hi, share, and all that. Okay, Arlene, perfectly understandable. Popping in and saying hello is nice. Let me zoom out just a little if I can. I've been having trouble with the zoom on this phone. How is that? A little better? And let's see how much of my desk I got. It's a little crooked here. Okie dokie, we'll go with that for now. But probably not for long. Because I want to show you my tatting. And I just have a lot going on. I do want to show you some Happy Mail I got. Let me do that. She's not in here, but I'm sure she'll pop in at any moment and say hello. It looks like I got a stand or something there. Let me put that in there. I don't know what that is. I got an Amazon box I wasn't expecting. And so I opened it. And look. It's a gripper. Help! I got him by his ears. And it's really, I opened it up really long so that I can reach behind my, if I want to pick out something. I don't know if there's anything down there that I can pick out. I'd have to look. But this is the handle here. And it's really long. I've got it extended. I'm going to leave it extended. I'm not going to play along with it. This came from Becky at Aunt Beck's Creations. I've already thanked her. I was going to show it in the stream on Friday night. I got it last week, and I was going to show it in my Friday night stream. And, oh, you guys, I've been working in the yard. I'd like to say that the worst of the yard work is done, but leaves are falling like crazy. But we got the garden. Well, I have to tell you, my brother helped a little in the garden, pulling some corn and stuff, but I did most of the garden, clean up of the garden. And then that peony patch. Oh, so we have volunteer little trees that grow up in the peony patch. And so in the fall, every fall, we cut down the peonies. And my brother has trouble with his back. It hurts him to bend over for extended amounts of time. And so I've been doing the peony patch, but he has to help me get the trees out. And we need to get them when they're younger. And I don't like to operate that chainsaw by myself. So I like to have him there. He kind of watches to make sure that I do everything right and do not kill myself with the chainsaw. That we got it all done. So that's all done, and I started raking. I got 3 45-gallon bags full of leaves raked up the other day, but you can't tell it. So tomorrow I'm going to be raking again. Let me refresh chat here. Hi, Jen. Welcome, Jen. Glad to have you join us. So, let me show you with the tatting what I'm up to. And this is really fun to do. Two things. I think I've showed it before where I'm making these little Christmas wreaths. And let me get a paper. And I'll probably just stand up here, because I don't want to zoom in and out on this camera. Now this one here, I'm making these little Christmas wreaths. And I have a goal to get several of them done, but I'm not going to say what I'm going to do with them until I get them done, because I don't want to make promises I can't keep. So I've got several started, and I'm just going to keep doing as many as I can. Then the other thing I'm doing, and I'm going to do one of these tonight so you can see, I'm making these little icicles. And those are going to go on a little Christmas tree, that little paper Christmas tree. I'm going to make a paper Christmas tree like what I saw in Somerset magazine. And these it's really a tatting stitch, but it can be done with the crochet hook too, with yarn. And let me just show you how that's done, because if you have a long needle, or even if you don't have a long needle, I guess I am going to zoom in a little here, if I can. Oop. Okay. And I brought in my tatting basket here that gets kind of full. But did I bring in the thread? Did I bring in the pretty thread? Well, I didn't bring in the sparkle thread. I'll use white, because I don't want to go dig out thread. It's in the other room. I'll just use white. And wait a minute. I did bring in the thread, didn't I? Yeah, here. It's over. I got another basket here. I like these little containers. I got them at Walmart, and they came as a set, and it stacks up 3. It's like a square, and there's another one here, and then there's one. It's about 3 tiers high, but I just use them like this. And this is the basket that I got from Lori Pink Girly at one of her sales. And I kind of keep tatting stuff in there. I want to make me a little holder to hold my needles. Now that needle is not going to do the trick. My needle's in the other room too. I'm not prepared. My needle's in my green thread, the one that I want. I got crochet hooks here. I got a large needle, and I got some size 7 needles. And let me go get my needle. Hold on. I've been making those green wreaths, and my needle is in the thread row of the green leaf. Now, I'm going to leave the black background there, but I need my needle threader, because even with this size needle, it's a little hard to see. And this comes from Handy Hands. And this is a size 5 needle. No, a size, size 5. And I've got to get it, got to see the eye here. I got to get it over here to where the light shines so I can see where the needle threader is going through the eye. Sometimes even that's hard to see. Hold on, I'll get it. Hold on. Be patient with Meri. She's an old lady. Well, come on, get in there. It's only because I'm online. There we go. And once you get that needle in there and hold it vertically like that, that needle is not going to fall out. I had so much trouble with my needle falling out after I got it in there. And let me just set this down for a minute and clip a little of this off because it's fraying out. Now, this is a size 10. This is artiste crochet thread, and it's got a little golden metallic thread through it. And you just put your thread through the needle holder there and pull it through. Now, I don't yank from the handle. I grab a hold of the wire part of the needle to pull it through, because if you yank this by the handle, you're going to yank that thread right out of, or that wire right out of there. And I like my needle threader. All right, we can put that aside. And what I'm going to do is what they call the Jacobean. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but it's a tatting stitch, or it may just be a crochet stitch too, I don't know. But with tatting, and I'm leaving a pretty long length because this will end up, well, I don't want that long. This will end up being the tie of the icicle. So if you hang it on the tree, you want maybe about 7 inches, 8 inches. And then all you have to do for you, those of you who tat, and even for those of you who don't tat, this is so easy and it's so pretty to make icicles. Now, this is not my idea. I saw it, I believe it in Barbara Foster's Learn to Tat book. So I'm just demonstrating it. It's not my bright idea. So to make those little twisted icicles, all you have to do is the first leg or the second leg. I always do the first leg. And you just do the first leg or the second leg or, over and over and over. And I've found to make one twist, it takes about 10 stitches. So there's 2 on there now. 3, 4. And you kind of want to keep your stitches in the pinch, because if you let go of them, you can kind of goof this up. So I got 4, 5, and this is called the pinch between the index finger and the thumb. I think I'm on 5, 6, 7, and all I'm doing is taking that thread and twisting it around my index finger, just like that, and coming under it. 8, 9, 10. And see, this is starting to form a little twist. I don't know if you can see that or not. It's starting to form a little twist in there. So let me keep going with this, and then I'll show you. I want 8 twists for the length of my icicles. So there's 10, And I'll go a little faster now. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And this is real pretty with 17 metallic thread in there. I think I'm on 18, 19, 20. So I should have 2 twists going on here. And I do. Well, one and then the start of another one. And I could zoom in just a little bit more, but I think I'd rather just kind of hold this up. Whoops. So you can kind of see the twist there. And with the metallic on there, it's really pretty. So there's one and the start of 2. So I'm on 20, so I'm ready for 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I want to welcome everybody in. Hi, Sherry Ben. Hi, Kathy Whitney. So all you need if you want to make these icicles is a long needle, but I'll bet you could do this with a crochet hook or even a knitting needle and yarn, because all you're doing is twisting that yarn around and around. All right, 25, I think I stopped at. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I would go get a knitting needle and try it, but I don't want to get into that right now. So 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. So I should be about halfway done here. I should have about 4 on there. Well, I have 3 starting for 1, 2, 3, 3 nice ones. So there's 40, and I found that my thread will want to twist like this. So what I do to do that, if it's a long piece over here, I'll wind some up on that, and then I'll just, it's not going to untwist your thread. I'll just hold it up, hold it high, and let that needle and the thread untwist itself. You can't see it untwisting. There you can. See how it's untwisted. You could kind of see it. My hand got in the way. But see, that's all untwisted. Well, mostly untwisted. It's still got a little twist in there. So I'm ready for 41, I believe. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. I'm really sure that you could probably do this with a knitting needle and yarn. Just pretend that instead of a tatting needle here, you have a knitting needle. And instead of thread, you have a piece of yarn. And all I'm doing, I didn't knot it or anything down here. I just started out doing these kind of wraps around the 1, 2, 3, 4, started the 5th one. Get it out here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and all I'm doing is wrapping that thread around my index finger and coming underneath of it. 8, 9, 10. Now for tatters, that's the first leg of the double stitch in tatting is this stitch. But the second leg of the double stitch, you, instead of wrapping your thread around your finger this way, you wrap it this way and come under this way. So you could still make icicles, and if you did all your stitches on the second leg. But I'm doing the first leg because it's more comfortable. Now, let's see how many I have. I lost track. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going on number 6. So I forgot where I stopped, so I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, like I said, this is nothing I invented. This stitch is a tatting, or it could be in crochet or knitting too. I don't know. I just know that I read about it in our tatting book, and in the Learn to Tat by Barbara Foster, and she shows how to make icicles using that, and that's what I'm doing for my little Christmas tree. I want about 25 or 30 of them. So I've got, for my twists, I'm not going to count that bottom 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I thought I had more than that. I must have counted the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm just going to keep going here. I need about 25 more stitches. So let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Now it's starting to twist here. Let's see what I have here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 going on the 7th one. So I just need 2 more, but look how twisty my yarn is. And again, what I do is, if I can hold this high enough so you guys can see it untwist, I'm just holding my thread up, and I'm holding my needle, and it's just untwisting the thread. I kind of hard to do with my camera right up there. I wiggled my camera, I'm sorry. So what did I say? I had 6 going on 7. I need about 10 or 15 more. 1. And sometimes if you don't start it right, you get a little twisty in there, but it's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and I'm going to put 5 more on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's see how many I have now. And I like to squeeze them together tight. You don't have to, but I like to because I like the curves in there all together. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's perfect. Probably 8 going on 9. So now I've got to make sure my tail is, because of all that twisting and turning of my needle, my tail thread gets a little twisty. So I just kind of I could take it out and rethread it, but I don't like rethreading that needle so many times, so I just kind of work it loose here. It doesn't take long to do that. There. You want your thread so that it'll go through the bottom of that needle, Now with a knitting needle, this part might be kind of hard. Even with a tatting needle, you need maybe even a skewer would probably work better, because a knitting needle has a cap on the end of it. If you could take that cap off and use it that way, that would work. I'm going to backtrack on saying the knitting needle. Crochet hook might work, but remember most crochet hooks have a indentation in the center or down here for your hand, for your fingers. So if you wanted to do one out of yarn, you might use a skewer. Now I'm going to say a skewer. I'll have to experiment with that further, or even if you happen to have drapery needles around. Now those are real sharp, so be careful if you use a drapery needle. They are fairly long, But just be very, very careful. I have some draping needles, but I've dulled the point. My brother had a file, and I filed the point down to where, you know, I wouldn't hurt my fingers using it for thread work. And I don't use it that often. So now I don't like to pull a long length of a tail through on this side. So I kind of shorten my thread, my tail here. I kind of shorten it up to a couple inches. And I'm going to pull this off of the needle just by pulling it down, just like that. I'm just going to pull that thread through. And you really need to be careful here. Go slow is my advice, because this thread can really twist a knot on you if you do this with the metallic in there. So just pull it through. See, it's already twisty. If you can get your finger in there to kind of hold it, kind of pull it through like so. Just pull it. See how it wants to twist and pull, but if you keep your finger there to kind of hold on to it until it gets smaller than your finger, and then it'll still twist a little, but not as much. Just kind of pull it through, pull it through, pull it through until you get it all pulled through. Now, this thread, it goes off to the ball thread. Now, and here's my icicle. Now I want a little tighter, so I pull it down. I want them about, this is 2 1/4 inches, but I go by the number of twists. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 twists is what I generally use. And then I kind of pull it tight and tie a knot up at the top so it doesn't come loose. And even a second knot wouldn't hurt it. Like that. Now I'm going to make a paper Christmas tree. And let me cut this off. I've been saving my extra. I don't need a huge long length of thread here for the tie. I leave enough because I'm not going to even use all of that. But if I happen to need it, I'll have it. I can cut off what I don't need. But I save my extra thread here if it's enough to go into a tassel. And I just put it in my bucket here. So I made some out on the porch. Did I have them in here? I guess I put them in the other box here. Hold it, let me get rid of this thread. And this is, I got this thread from Hobby Lobby. It's Artiste thread, and I bought it in a packet of, I think there's 4, maybe 6 in there. I can't remember. And I'm going to keep my needle with that. And here's my, see, I save all my extra threads. What did I do with that one? I guess I threw it in the bucket all. But this is going to become a mini tassel. I'll arrange all those threads. This is stuff I have left from all my exploring here. Let's put it in here. And, you know, it'll only cover one, but there's just a little bit more sparkle in there. I don't know if you guys can see the sparkle. But let's get out the... Did I put them in here? No? I don't know what I did with my ones I made out on the porch today, but that doesn't matter. Here's my box, so let's get these out of the way. And this, my friends, is all the tatting that I've been working on. Well, not all, because I have some class projects that I don't have out here. This is all the extra stuff. This is kind of Christmassy. And let's see, let's count my wreaths. I have 1, 2, See, I've got a long tail here. I'm going to thread a red. I'm going to starch these up. I think they need to be starched to keep them nice and straight. So there's 2. 3. 4. 5. I thought I had more than that. Oh, I have, no? I thought I had more. I thought I had 6. Ha ha! I always end up with 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got another one someplace. I don't know what I did with him. Here he is. And it takes me about an hour to do one of these wreaths. It takes me about an hour. So there's, let's just say there's 6 here, so there's 6 hours of work. That's a full day's work almost. Almost. Here's an extra thread here I need to put around the, no, this is not that. This was, I'm practicing my shuttle tatting, and I'm just making chains. And I'm practicing the glide. Anyway, so my icicles, I have 1, 2, 3, and you can see it takes me, oh, maybe 10, 15 minutes to do the icicle. It doesn't take as long to do these. 4, 5, 6. I got 7. I want 25, so what? I have 18 more to go. But, oh, 8. So I have 17 more to go. Now, there's a lot you can do with this stitch other than make icicles. So, all right. And then these are just some little goofs. I started and stopped on some of these. I did things wrong on these, but I'll use these in my art. They're not bad tatting. They're just the threads. I made this chain go back over this way, and I wanted it to go that way. And on this one, I attached my well, I did the same thing. I put the chain the wrong way. I wasn't concentrating. Those just go on my art. Here's, no, that's, and then this is an example of my 2-color stitching, which I swear I will never do much of this, because you're just, when I do the needle tatting, you have to have really long lengths of thread, because instead of working off the ball thread, you tat off of your needle thread. So you have to have enough thread on your needle to do all these rings. And I would say there's probably about a foot of thread on each ring, approximately. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 11 feet. That's almost 4 yards of thread. And you can't wind it up. Well, you could wind it up, but you'd unwind it when you go to pull your ring, because you have to pull it through. And I just, I think true rings are pretty. They're a lot nicer than the other type of rings. These are called true rings. They're done with a little bit cleaner technique. But boy, with the needle tatting, like I said, I feel like I got thread wrapped around my body. So let me put these things back. This was a candy cane that needs to be starched up, and that's the same thing with the true rings. This one was a little bit of a challenge to me. I'm not very proud of that, but it's done. So I am making icicles and wreaths. And I want to play around with some beading, but we'll see how that goes. So let me put my tatting aside. That's all I wanted to show you, except I'll show you the tree I'm going to do. And you guys, if you've been in here before, you've seen it recently. But I've been getting inspired. I've been getting inspired by this. Let me get it out here. I got things on top of it. I've been getting inspired by the Somerset magazine. Now let me zoom out now. Of course, I'm doing the old-fashioned Santa faces. Let me zoom out. Oops, that's too much. Come on. How is that? Oh, I don't want to put anybody in timeout. No, bring it down a little. How is that? For the entire magazine. You get the layout of my desk here, but you get the entire magazine in here. The tree, I think the tree is toward the back. The tree that I want to do, come on. Where's the tree? I should memorize the page number because I'm going to be doing it. Let me go to the index rather than hunt. The town tree. No, that's not it. Page, maybe it is toward the front. Page 14. No. No, that's not it. Page 54. Page 54. Here it is. I want to make this tree. And instead of these, when you read her article here, this is by Dahlia Nicole Blevins. Wrote this article in the Somerset. Let me zoom in just a teeny bit more. I feel like I'm not giving you guys the... There. So she had got these little white, probably ceramic pots, and it looks like they have little hearts in the side there. These were made by a potter, probably. She was on a trip overseas, and she filled them with moss and whatever under there. And then she used, I'm going to use a skewer. It looks like she used some sort of a branch. And then all of these little white branches here are paper. And she was cutting hers out by hand, which is what I'll probably do. Then she said she found a die cut that did these branches. And they did them 2 branches, and then they had a hole in the center. So she could put one branch this way and one branch that way, like that. And that's how she built her tree. And of course, they get smaller up at the top. Well, I'm going to do the same thing. And I have a Yoplait container. So instead of these little pots down here, which I don't have, I'm going to use a Yoplait container. And I've got Crayola modeling paste that needs to be used up. I have a big old pot of it, and I want to use it up. So I'm going to stick that in there. I'm going to paint a skewer white, and then I'm going to cut out all the leaves. But I was thinking, and this will be a good test of using that skewer to do that Jacobean stitch that I was doing with the icicle, because I could twist part way up and then put a branch on, and then twist part way up and put another branch on, and then twist partly up. And then on my tree, instead of the brown you see in here for the trunk, I'm going to have a white trunk with those twists going around it. And that's what you'll see in between. And I'll just build it one layer at a time as I go up. And then those little icicles that I'm making, I'm going to hang. And I think 25 of them might be enough. Well, let's just estimate here. I imagine this tree is probably about 2 feet high. I didn't read the height. But let's just say mine's 2 feet high. And let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, and then if I did one on each side, so 7 times 4 is 28. So I might need about 30 of those. But 25, I said 25. I might need 5 or 6 more. And then I'm going to make some tatted chains. I don't want a whole lot. I just want little tatted chains going here. And for my star up here, I was thinking that I could tat something up here. So that's what I'm going to be playing with over the next, probably till December 25th, making the tree here. Last year I made a puzzle tree, and I was thinking I would get that out and spray the whole thing white. I'm thinking that I'm going to, but we'll see. This magazine has, this is the Somerset Holiday issue, 2023. And it has really inspired me. Look, they made these gloves with lace, and I think this is probably porcelain clay. And I like the old-fashioned Santas. I had him out. I've been doing my Santa faces. And they are here somewhere. And I want to do the Christmas tree cards here. Now, I've shown this recently here in my streams, so holiday cards, and they use well, where are they? Well, I can't find them. I tried to mark everything and all my markers fell out. Here, I like these triangle. This is made out of scrap papers, but I'll probably go through my stash and see what kind of scrap papers I have left from previous years and make some Christmas tree. I bought at my Hobby Lobby, I bought some Christmas paper. So I'm going to be doing a lot of Christmas stuff. Let me set this aside. So let me look at chat and welcome folks in. I kind of get distracted with my show and tell here. I've got the tatting thread I need to put with the rest of it or I'll lose it. Okay, so let me welcome folks in. Hi Teresa, hi Mitzi. There's Mitzi and Chris and Teresa. Welcome everybody, and Kathy, Calico Kate, Kathy, welcome in. It's good to see you guys. Whoops. Hold it. I was doing it. All right. Let's see. Who else is in here that I'm missing? Cheryl. Hi, Cheryl. Cheryl, I've been watching your work-alongs with, paint-alongs with Beth. They're so cute. Kathy Whitney said her oven timer went off. She's got to go finish dinner. I think I said hello to her earlier. I hope I did. Mary says she's old, but obviously she's not. Yes, I'm old. I'm old. You should have seen me out on the porch swing. I wanted to get some fresh air. I took today off. The last 2 days I've been working in that yard, and let me tell you, I was exhausted. Friday I was just plain old pooped. And then yesterday I worked in the yard again, and I was really tired. And so today I said, I'm not going to work in the yard today. And it was kind of windy, and it's been cooler here. But I wanted to go out on the porch, sit in the porch swing, so I had a blanket all wrapped around my knees, and I was sitting there tatting and had my water there, and, you know, I felt like a little grandma out there. Kathy says, I can't do tatting. Way too small for these old eyes. Yeah. I do not, you know, you should see some of the beautiful work that's done in this the online tatting class. There are some talented ladies. And I'm a beginner, and sometimes I feel like, oh, I don't belong in this group. I'm I'm ashamed to show my work against such beautiful work. But the thrill of it is you just feel like you're learning with all the people who have done this for years. And I am learning so much from them. Now the wreaths and the icicles, those are pretty simple. I mean, they're nothing. You know, these ladies would go ho hum. You should see one lady who had a YouTube video, and she showed it, and she is using 8 shuttles to make her wreath. It is just gorgeous. And I'm going, 8? I can't even handle 1. And there is such a thing as using 2 needles to do needle tatting, but I haven't learned that yet. So that's something I have yet to explore. So, yeah, and I think that to make that tree trunk, I think I can use a skewer and wrap my thread around a skewer. Now, I might go with a yarn instead of a thread. I don't know if I can find a yarn with a metallic twist in it. You might be able to. I just haven't looked. Yeah, I think you can. I don't know if I can find it at Walmart, though. However, my brother has a doctor appointment next week. So there's another Hobby Lobby. So I'll check Hobby Lobby out next week. Let's see. I've welcomed Teresa and Mitzi and Kathy and Nina. Hi, Nina. And let's see. Kathy, Calico Kate, and Teresa says, I have that die, one of the first ones I ever got. Oh, to make the leaves, I'm going to do mine out of that heavyweight hammer mill paper. So, and I'll probably just cut mine out. It can't be that hard. And I'll make a pattern. We'll see. Calico Kate, Mitzi, Kathy had to go make dinner. Cheryl is here. Cheryl says, I cannot refresh my system at this time. I think whatever I think whatever I can see Meri. I cannot refresh my system at this time. I think whatever I can see Meri. Oh, I'm not sure what she's saying. We have a video outage. Oh. Kathy says, I remember doing that with the old phone cords. Untwisting was a real pain. Yeah, those old phone cords would go in, you know, they had a twist to them. And I think Kathy's talking about holding it up. You hold, and I do that in needlework too. I don't know if I can just show it with the needle here. This doesn't have much of a twist to it, but this is a piece of kind of gold thread, and what you do, just say this is all twisty here. I can't twist it, but what you do is you hold your needle up, you hold your thread up high, and the thread's going to fall out of the needle, and then you hold on to that and let your needle untwist. And Kathy was saying she can remember doing that with those old phone cords, old landline cords that had a pain to untwist. I want to see when she pulls it off the needle. I hope Kathy got to see that. I'll show it again sometime. I don't want to bore you guys with another one, but I have to make close to 30 of them, so. Hubby gets grumpy if I attend too many lives. He really needs a hobby. Aw. My brother's pretty good about it. I get a little irritated at him when he coughs and sneezes and does his weird sounds. Let's see. If I go this way, does that make that better? Or worse? Oh, I made it worse. Let's go back the other way. I'm trying to straighten out my camera here. All right, now this way a little. I'm looking at my tablet and adjusting my phone. I don't think I helped much. Kathy says, I'm good, I'm busy. I hope that you are healthy and happy too, Kathy. Kitty Jen is here. Joyce, I miss Joyce. Hi, Joyce. Welcome, welcome, Joyce. Good to see you. Calico Kate and Kitty Jen and Joyce Boring, Kathy Whitney and Sherry Van. Oops. Kathy said, I missed the icicle. I learned about the wire too. That's a long needle. That's a tatting needle that I was using. They come maybe about 6 inches long, the tatting needles, maybe 5 inches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe about 5 inches, 5.5 inches. But the drapery needles are really long and they are sharp. Jen says, oh, I was hoping you were going to use the orange. Orange icicles for a Halloween tree, and I can't scroll up anymore. So let me go down to the bottom. I think Becky is probably with Scott and her mother-in-law tonight. Did you guys, for those of you who just came in, Becky gifted me, I don't know what I did with it, it's here. Becky, I can't find it. She gifted me a gripper. Here it is. I put it over by my file cabinet. I'm going to have to use it, put it by my file cabinet. Becky gifted me a gripper like this, and it's got, see, it's got the handle. It's got the handle here, and you hold it there, and then you squeeze. And it squeaks. I was going like, can you hear the squeak? I was doing that, and I asked my brother, can you hear the squeak? He can't hear that squeak. He's pretty deaf. But sis say Penelope fell under the cliff. And I could go, okay, I'll save you, Penelope. I'll save you. I'll save you. Whoa. Don't let go, Meri. She said, save me, but don't let go. Don't let me fall again. I'll save you, Penelope. We'll pull you up. So this will be really good for getting things that fall underneath the... And I got an Amazon package the other day, and I'm going, I didn't order anything. And so I had to open it to see what it was, and it was from Becky and at Beck's Creation. It's a pine bow tree. Is that what it is, a pine bow tree? Oh, Teresa said she was thinking of using old greeting cards to make one. What a great idea, Teresa, to make one of those trees with all the paper trees with all the, and use greeting cards. That's a great idea. I'd love to see that if you do that. Mina's here, Kathy. I think I'm caught up with everybody. So let me show you, when I had the doctor appointment, I was able to run into Hobby Lobby, and I was going to show you guys the things I got in my last stream, and I forgot. I bought some of these little clear bulbs. These, of course, were 40% off, so, well, a half, 50% off would be $250, $275, so 40% off would be probably around $250 or so for this. And I'm thinking that we are going to do some tatting with bulbs, I'm thinking. She hasn't showed all the patterns, but I thought, well, if she doesn't, I will. And then I got some larger ones here. I had to hunt around for the clear ones. They were way at the back of the store in the center aisle, way at the back of the store. I had all the colored ones out toward the front with all the Christmas stuff. Well, the center aisle was Christmassy, but it was way toward the back. So I got those to play with. Those will not go on my white tree. They're too big. And then, what did I do with it? I got some, hold on. I was going to show you my Tim Holtz stuff that I got. And I might have put it down. Is this it? This is it. I can't go to Hobby Lobby and not buy anything Tim Holtz. It doesn't work. That's where I get most of my Tim Holtz. But, yeah. So I kind of got some, I treated myself because I went to the doctor that day. These were $1.49. I wanted some beads, and they're just assorted shapes. These are in the clearance aisle. They were originally $6. I got them for $1.50. The paint was on the clearance aisle. $3.59. I got it for 89 cents. This is the Deco Art Silver Illusion, and it looks like it might be sparkly paint. And I got some blue the same way. This is Enchanted Shimmer. I've never used this stuff, but I thought it would be pretty for Christmas. And then I got Tim Holtz stuff. Yep. And I want to play with this. These are the old photos, but they're collaged paper. So I want to see what that is. And I don't have this size of his. Oh, there's more. It fell out. It's open on the side. There's, I'm going to say, wait a minute, there's more to this. That here's the size these are. And I thought these would be good for my bobblehead dolls. I like to make bobblehead dolls. I should make a Halloween bobblehead doll. I should make one. Yeah, I'm not going to do it tonight, though. So I got those. I've got the smaller photo booth ones, which are, you know, 6 or 7, probably 6, maybe 5 coming down. And then I got some photos. Black and white photos. And these are not new, but they're new in the sense that I could get my hands on them. So I'll be playing with that stuff. What I want, I'm just going to put it all back in the bag. What I want to do is to look at this tissue paper, this collage paper, and see how transparent it is. Oh, it is transparent. Look at that. Oh, I could put this on some text paper, probably. March 2006, the good old days. And the text will show through. Well, I could just bring it all the way up and over maybe. And we'll just do a quick page here. Maybe cut this. I'm going to enjoy this because this is his tissue collage paper, so it's got some transparency to it. And let's see how it collages on. Let me put the rest of it back. Have any of you worked with this? I've worked with his, you know, birds and his typography ones, but I've never worked with the photos. This is a relatively new, probably came out last year, maybe earlier this year. I'm liking that. All right, we're just going to put it here and here. So, let me get up. waxed paper. I'm not going to bother with wetting my desktop because it's going to go bye-bye pretty soon here. Just put it like that. And let's get some. You should just see. It doesn't matter how many times I clean stuff off. It just piles up on the right side. And I haven't even been in here that much. My cart over there is just piled sky high. And let's get a brush I can use, an old brush. What I did with my old brushes. Yeah, I don't want to use that. Here, this will do. It's a wedge brush, but are all my old brushes. Here, this one's probably even better. Well, I don't know. I'm looking for a brush I can collage with. These still are pretty clean. Don't want to use a watercolor one. Well, I guess I'll use one of these. Maybe, no, I think I'll use, well, maybe I'll use this one because it's really loose here. I am so hard on my brushes. So hard on them. All right. And we are just going to collage down the and I'm just using, this is, what's in here is school glue. This is the last of the school glue. I bought a gallon of glue all. I'm changing to glue all. And I'm not going to do that margin. And let's do, I think I put this one on top. No, I put this one on top. Let's put this up here as straight as I can. And of course, you need to smoosh it out, and I don't have a smoosher. Get the air bubbles out of it as good as can be expected. And you might even turn it over and smoosh it this way a little. This is out of the Good Old Days magazine. I got a whole sack of them, and I said I was going to do one magazine at a time, and my one magazine is sitting over there. But I know what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to use it like Matisse did to do paper cutouts. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then I'm going to put this one down here. And I'm going to pull him over. Right in there. Maybe over just a little. Right in there. Okay, you got to be careful because even though it's collage paper, it still can. I think I had enough glue on there. It's just kind of wet yet. I can't see chat. My chat went away. I'll be out in a minute. Yeah, I'm pretty tired from all the yard work, and I got more of it coming next week. It's supposed to get cold and raining next Wednesday. Tomorrow's supposed to be nice. Tuesday is sort of nice, I think. But Wednesday we're going to get cold weather and rain. Where's my... Or it's predicted 50% chance. I think somebody said they were getting rain back east. Let me lift this up and flip it over this way. And I'll put this in my October journal. What, today is the 22nd? I got, and it doesn't matter if I don't have 20, 30 pages in a month. If I only got 3 or 4, I'll take some pictures of my tatting and put in there. Oops, be careful, Meri. Yeah. Let me fold this wax paper in half. The sticky side inside. And that's all. I'm not going to put collage on the medium on the front of it. It's got some sticky in here. So, let me put my brush in the water. And, whoa! Whoa! I almost had a craft-a-lanch. Let's fold this in half. This doesn't feel like a full sheet, is it? Yeah, I guess 4, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It is. I'm going to fold it in half for my journal. Got a little glue on it there. Well, do you ever get to doing something and then your eyebrow itches? Doesn't have to be perfect. It's not. But it's almost perfect. And then we'll take and put, let's put it on the inside. Cut this off. Now, I could do the same thing with pictures out of the Good Old Days magazine, as long as I'm using it in my art and not reselling stuff. But it's fun to work with this tissue paper. Tim Holtz. I like his things. I haven't seen his Christmas stuff yet. I just haven't. Oh, look, it's way bigger. Well, we're going to have to cut off. Right here. I'll save this for cluster. There's a house and page 4, Good Old Days. I'll save that. And look, I got some tatting and some thread here. Now, I think I had a page that I did the other day. I wonder what I did with it. Is this it? No. A page that I did that said the color October or something. Is it in here? Those are my 2 Inktober's that I did. I don't know what I did with it. When I find it, I'll attach it in there. My 2 Inktobers out of all the rest. And let's put this one in here. Of course. And I got more stuff I can put in my October, but we'll go with this for now. And I'm just going to say, well, I don't know what I'm going to say. Not going to say anything right now. Let me refresh my chat. Okie dokie. Kathy said she has to go. Teresa says, okay, she went back up to the balcony. Teresa said she's feeling a little bit better. She said her appointment soon. Teresa says, I'm feeling a little better. I hope they set my appointment soon. I'm tired of laying in bed. I don't blame you. Oh, that is on Amazon? Let me check that out. Ooh. Ooh. Wait, hold on. Let me check that out. I need to go to my stream, which is right here.
Oh my God, what is that?
Oh. Get rid of the ads. Here's the set on Amazon. Oh, look at that. Oh. They don't look very wide, though. But I could use those. Oh, I'm going to get this. How much is it? There's another one here. Well, those are fall leaves, dies, pine leaf. This is the one that Teresa showed me. Wow, that's pretty cool. How wide are they? I want mine a little wider. I might make mine by, it's only $7. Maybe I'll go ahead and put it in my cart. Whoops. Well, let me go to Amazon. What was it called? Pine leaf dye? Pine leaf dye cut. Maybe I'll just put dye. There's one here, metal dye. Ooh, there's different sizes. I'll have to decide. I wanted one a little bit larger. Let's see what this one is. I think these are a little larger here. But they got the pine cone in them. Are the pine cones separate? The pine cones are separate. Here I'm shopping. I'll come back and kind of like that. This one up here. I wanted mine a little larger. I'll have to check it out after chat. I got it in my browser, so I'll go check it out after. Thank you, Teresa, for showing us that. Let's see. Let's go back to chat here. Top chat. Live chat. Thank you, Teresa. Mina says, I'm not chatting because I'm working with Yes Paste. Yes Paste can be kind of sticky to work with. I'm getting ready to put this down. It's a little warped yet with damp with the glue. And I don't want to hook up my heat gun. So, Kathy had to leave. Mina's not chatting because she's working with Yes Paste. Mina says she likes those dies. Those dies look tiny. If all of them are 3 by 4 inches. Yeah, I think I want mine a little larger because I want my tree to be like 2 feet tall. I might just cut mine. We'll see. But those, I appreciate your sharing it, Teresa. And if you wanted to make the smaller trees, if you wanted to make smaller trees like brush type trees, they might be really nice. And that might be what they're meant for. Nina says, I used a gripper to get the windblown trash out from under the shrubbery. It's very handy. It saves my back and my knees. Oh, that gripper that Becky gifted me. It's going to be really handy to get things out from over the cliff. Mitzi says, hi, Joyce and Nina. And I'm back to where Teresa said she was thinking about using old greeting cards to make a tree. I like that idea a lot. I have Christmas greeting cards that were gifted to me that need to be used up. I could see a really pretty, especially those smaller dies. I'm kind of wary, those smaller dies, would they cut the greeting card though? I wonder. Or do you need a thinner paper? Yeah. All right, I think I'm caught up with you guys. Mitzi said, hi, Mary, Cheryl, Chris, and Kathy. This is where Mitzi came in. Chris came in. Hi, Chris. Chris, I saw where you were making a pumpkin. All right, I thought I put a piece of tape on this. I guess I didn't, because I don't see any tape there. I'm just going to tape this in. And bless Laura Vasquez's heart, she sent me more double-sided tape. And I checked at the store again, and they say, did you find everything you needed? And I go, no, there's no double-sided craft tape. Well, order it off of the internet. Yeah, but then you have to buy a case of it. I don't like to order, and I really don't like Dollar Tree's site. I hate to say it. I like shopping at Dollar Tree, but I don't like their website. And I've never ordered from them. I suppose it's all good, and I suppose it's all good. But they refuse to restock the double-sided craft tape just because they know I want it. Yeah, yeah. Now, Becky is doing a fall journal. I saw some of the pages. I think Janet Baum did a really pretty page. Mina's doing that journal with Becky. I should do a couple of the pages here. I'll have to see. I think she's only on page 1 or 2. She did the cover, and I suppose she cut pages. I haven't been following because I haven't been following anybody. But it'd be fun maybe just to do. And I was going to go out when maybe I will yet tomorrow. I saw some real pretty maple leaves, and I was going to scan them. And I had that thought, and then today I saw where Colleen had scanned some leaves, and I thought, oh, she's doing it too. But that isn't going to stop me. And what you do is you just take your leaves and put them on your printer and scan them. Well, I'm going to put them on my table and I get better with my... And I was watching her operate her printer, and I'm going, wow. She sure got a nice display. I hate my printer, and the display on it is only about an inch by an inch and a half. I hate that because I can't see it, can't see anything. I have to get my nose up to the screen to read the directions. All right. So this is just me experimenting with Tim Holtz tissue paper here. I suppose I could do some other stuff in here. Where's that? I've got this, and I've got that tatting I could put on here. But I'm just going to lay it in there. So I don't want to get too hung up on this stuff. And I know I've got another October page, but all right, I'm going to move on. This will probably be all the Inktober that I get done. I got sick, and that's about all I got done after day 2. But that's okay. These are vintage pencil sharpeners. That's about all I get done normally in Inktober. I want to move on to something else. What else did I say I was going to do? Santas. And I'm working on, let's design an elf. Let's design and paint an elf here. So, to do that, let's just use one of these sheets that I use for a backing sheet to design my little elf on. And then I can put it in my journal. So I don't want these white, I'm saving them for my tatting journal. Hold on. Hold on. Let me find a good place for this. It's being stubborn. Alrighty. So I'm going to design a little elfie and paint him on this ochre pod. And I suppose I should probably zoom in again. But let's go ahead and draw around him. Now we had okra, but I tell you, I pulled it all out because it didn't grow very tall this year. We had a horrible year for garden. We got sweet corn and tomatoes and some zucchini. My watermelon, we got watermelon. Watermelon did good. I cut up another watermelon yesterday. We got one left after the one yesterday. Okay, that should be good enough. So an elf has what, pointy toes? Like this? And let me go get a picture of an elf. He's got a long nose and pointy ears. Oh. Clear all my notifications there. And I'm still in YouTube. Oops, that isn't what I wanted to do. Let's open a new tab. New tab. They change things around on me so often. So I want to search for, let's see if what happens if I do public domain elves. Sometimes I find things in the public domain and sometimes I don't. But I'll start with that. Go. Elf images in the public domain. There we go. Oh, this is good. Merry Christmas. Oh, look at, there's some oldie goldies there. Boy, they're faded out though. Those look more like fairies than elves. Elf. Pointy ears. to find one that looks like what I want to do. A lot of kind of childish ones there. Do 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 do. Gnomes. Well, oh, we got more than one page. They all look alike to me. Oh, look, they made elves on the Christmas tree there. Right here, they put them on the Christmas tree. These are all dressed in red. Come on, just give me a good picture of an elf. One that looks like what I have in my head. This looks like the other page, to tell you the truth. Ooh, those are cool. See, I'm thinking more like that, only not quite so cartoonish. Oh, let me look, let me look. A snowman. Well, I'm thinking something like that for the shoes. Why do they all look like cartoons to me? They all look like cartoons. Come on, give me a good old elf. This I've seen several times. What is it? Balloon image. I don't see any elves on that. What's this? Be Meri. Get his face. We'll use that for the face, maybe. And he's got sort of a hat going up this way. This will be his hat. And we'll put a jingle bell up there. It looks like he's got a jingle bell. If I can get a jingle bell on there. And we'll do it like that. And his hat is green and red, split off this way. This part is green, and that part's red. And this is an ochre pod. So, and I'll put the ears on the side here. So let me turn this kind of like this and just do the head part here. The hat. So this is the hat. Now this is the side. This will be the front and this will be the side. So I want to put pointy ears on the side. Maybe pointy up there too. Like that. And we'll do a kind of a ear shape in there. Something like that. And then on the front, now he's got kind of a cartoonish face in that he has, but I want to get the nose in there. Now, if his ears come down, and let's just put little dots for his ears would come right up in there. If they were three-dimensional. His ears would be there, so his eyebrows would be in here, and I want to get his nose coming down like, kind of got a big nose, and then an impish smile. You always have an impish smile, like, something like that, and then the eyes. I'm gonna have to I'll have to play with his face a little. Eyebrows. And now this elf doesn't have a beard, but they usually have pretty long faces and big chins. Now the ears they'll not be dimensional, but I'm going to put them on here just for the heck of it. And I feel like he needs something else, maybe another jingle bell on here. And consider this is the front and this is the side, so there could be a jingle bell coming off over this way too. Sort of. And up here, now it doesn't say what happens up there. Let's go look at another elf. Kind of do a composite image here. Oh, they got a red. They got a kind of a ball shape up there. Now his arms, let's finish this out. His arms will be, well, they could be on the front or the side. This is a side view here. Something like that. But now these have vests on and they got those striped hands. So let's do a striped hand in here. And of course his hands will have to, I'm going to make it down like this and go off to the front. And these will be red and white stripes. And then they'll come around like that. And I guess they'll be holding a package. Now they have gloves on here. Oops. Oh, look at that hat. That hat's cute. That hat has, instead of the second jingle bell, maybe I'll make something like, let's do this again this way. Over here. I'm going to redesign the hat. Oops. What did I do? Well, I keep getting out of it there. And I'm just doing a rough outline here. So I like this hat here where it comes across this way, well, this way, and then it has these so on the side, instead of well, I guess I could have that jingle bell, but it'll have these kind of like that crown things like that, and that's what this represents. I like his face. Now his collar on this one, he has another type of like this, and that could come around, well, yeah, I guess. And he also has a vest on, because I was looking at that other one that had a vest. And I'm going to have him holding, I was looking at the hands. This one doesn't have gloves on. I'm kind of doing a composite. These are all in the public domain, so they're all kind of different. And we'll get to the shoes. This elf is all white. What's that one? Oops. Where'd he go? Oh, it's I don't want the vintage woman in there. I want elves. See a big old nose? It almost looks like a gnome nose. Has a yeah. It's going to be an ochre pod. No, I'm not seeing anything I like. Well, there's some more striped shoes. I guess I'll just make him holding on to a package here. A gift. sort of a gifty thing here. And then his legs come down this way, and instead of one big shoe there, let's see, what does he have on here? You look at this. He's got to have something going on under his shirt here. His shirt has to be coming out like that. Sort of like that. And, yeah, dancing elves. I don't want to sign in. I just want to see if... See, he's just got a shirt and then his tights all come up like that. And then he's got the pointy toes. Now, we'll make another... We'll separate the legs by a line in there. And now I have to work with the toes, because I have to get the toes in there. So let's say that shirt ends there, and let's do the pointy toe thing like that. We'll bring it up a little higher. Give him a knee and come up. Give him a... I guess this knee would be a little lower. And then stripes. And we'll put a bell on the... Yeah, I think that's kind of like where I'm going. Whoops, it would go this way. All right, so that's kind of my thought. But I don't like the hat. I'm going to do the hat one more time. And then we got the back. You don't see any back of the elves. We'll have to, oops, imagine his back. Yeah. Let's do the hat. Let's flip this over and do the back. Let's do the hat one more time on the front. I'm not watching chat, I'm designing my elf. So this is the front, this is the hat. Now I want those pointy things on it. And it's going to be kind of hard to make them pointy. Like that. And you'll just see a portion of it in there. And then a bell, a little puff up there, and maybe I'll make a rope coming in here, coming down, a rope, and then put the jingle bell on like that. Well, something like that. I like that a lot better. And then this will be a colored. I like that. That's good enough. And then I could also put a piece here, a rope coming around that way. I like that a lot better. I'm not so sure about the bell. And I'm not sure. This could be a cap. It could be a cap. With the puffy and the stripes up here. There, I like that. Alright, so there's the hat. Now the back, this is the back, and because it curves, this is going to be the front, and the back kind of curves up. It's kind of hard to... hold on to here. All right, so this is the back. Now, it's going with the same idea, this hat here and here, and then I'll have the rope around here, and then the pointy things here, and then it's kind of hard to show that, but the hat coming, rope down there, and the stripes. And then I got a jingle bell in the front. I feel like I should just put it in, and you'll see his ears on the sides. His ears will be like that. I think I'll just make this hair. This could be a stocking cap. I could make that more like a stocking cap. Of course I can't. This will be it almost looks like a crown up there. Maybe I'll make that a crown, and then a circle in there. You have to kind of go with what's on your pod. Okay, and so in the back, this is, well, no, wait. His ears aren't till down here. There's no ears up here. Forget that. His ears come down here. And so this would be, I guess this would be hair. And the back of his vest, we could just kind of put like so. And then we got his legs coming down here. Sort of like that. And oh, we got to have his shirt. His shirt is in there. It would match. Here's his vest, here's his shirt there. So this would match this. And then this would be the back of his legs in here. And in his shoes, and a little bell on his shoes. Now, to get that all on, and they got these elves have brown hair. So, they got a belt on him too. Now I could get a belt on the back, like that. And then on the front, the belt's gonna be kind of hidden, but I can put a belt in there. Now what's his other arm on the other side? This is a gift. Let's see, how did I do that? This is a gift here. So his other arm could just be coming down on the other side instead of coming over this way like this. It could just be going straight down. Maybe holding a wreath. That's all I can think of at the moment. Holding a wreath. I like that. So that's going to be my little elf. Now let me come out and look at chat, because I got into my design mode here. I've only got 75% on that phone. Let me turn it off. Let me come out and look at chat. See what's going on out there in the chat stream. Come on. Oh, it's over here. Hi, Brenda A. Welcome, welcome. Mina says, I think Meri's ochre pod decorations are so adorable. Thank you. See, here's a ghosty. The ghost wasn't hard to do. He's got what has he got down here? Looks like it's a belt or something with a bow tie. He wasn't hard to do. And then we have the gnome is kind of semi-finished, but I might leave him just like that because I know he's a gnome. He almost looks like a Santa Claus. I don't have a Santa Claus one. And this one's going to be the elf. And this one I did last year was, I'm calling it a black cat, but I think it's really the cat in the hat that I think we were thinking of when we did it. And these are dried okra pods. Our okra pods did not do good this year. They were probably only about this, and they were fat. So they did not make long, narrow decorations. Now I might try planting them again next year. It got awfully hot in July and August here. And our garden did not like that at all. All right. Thank you, Mina. Cheryl's waving at Mina. Brenda's waving at Cheryl. Cheryl says hi. She says hi to Brenda and to Mina. Cheryl's waving to Meri. Hi, Cheryl. Cheryl's waving to Teresa. You can't wait to see a Santa okra pod. I don't think I did a Santa one. Well, I have one more up there, which is, what is that? I didn't, there's one more okra pod hanging up on my, oh, I did do a Santa one, Teresa. Wait, I have to take him off. I got some things, I hung this little Bible that Arlene gave me up on the, I did do a Santa one. And then I have an Avon Life's Journey. I used to have this hanging in my car off of the dash, off of the radio knob. It says Life's Journey. I think I got this from Avon. Might be a name, no, I don't see. I think I got it from Avon, though. Sometime, I think. Here, wait. I got two more okra pods. Let's get them out here. Oh. They were way at the back because I hung them up. You're going to see a wiggle on the phone thing. Hold it. Oh. Here's the Santa one. This is the Santa one. We did do a Santa one. I forgot all about him. And then I have another one over here. This is a, well, this is another cat one. I did two cats. So I had more than I thought I did. I don't know if I got any more okra pods or not. I think these are all of them. So this is a gnome, kind of unfinished. This is a ghost. I need to put a tie on him. This is a cat. Allie Kay calls it the cat in the hat. I've got an extra thread on him. Here. Cat in the hat. And this is the ghost, the gnome, the cat, the Santa. This is the Santa, Teresa. The Santa. He looks like Santa too, an old Father Christmas Santa. And this is the other cat. So we're going to do an elf. And then I don't think I have any more okra pods. I hang them up on my camera stand there, which looks like Becky's dress, when she hangs up those little Project Dresser Girls on that rack. That's what I have for my camera stand. And it's got three pieces that come out this way, and there's a pole down there. Call this line the pole, and it's got 3 hangers. And I hang stuff there, and then on this hanger I put my camera. All right, back to the elf. I'll have to hang all these back up again. Put them over here for now. And I'll have to hang these up. All right. Well, where am I at? Brenda A. Becky might make a winter journal. I'm not sure. Oh, well, I might join in on her winter journal. I missed the fall one. I might do I might go back and look at her videos and see what she's doing for pages. I think Mina, what page is she on? She's only on page 1 or 2, isn't she? She did the cover. Did she cut all of her pages out first and bind the journal? Is that what she did? I'll see what she does for pages. I might make some pages for my October journal just to kind of work along with her. I don't want to get too far out to the margin here because I might need to cut this short. I don't know if that'll fit in my... We'll see. Let's see what else is going on here. Brenda says, I want to do a winter journal, but I've been out of sync as far as making anything since surgery. The hand is doing great, Brenda says. This week I plan to make a Christmas tree and a book. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, do one of those folded Christmas trees. Just take it slow. Those aren't hard to do. Let's see. Where did I put mine? Hold on. I knocked everything else over. I got so many things going here. You guys saw me do this. My winter tree that I got inspired by Somerset. I'm going to take some pages out here. In fact, I was thinking I can see signatures here. I was thinking I'd take three out. I think it's on page 314. 316, there's 318, 314. No. Right here, you can't tell it, but I think there's a signature in here. I think there's 3 signatures here. It might come over on one more page. Right here. In fact, let's do this now since I got it in my hands. Yeah, these are stitched in, which is really good. So I can break this in here. Mary's going for her knife. I got to back up my chair a little. Get a hold of it here. And all you have to do is break the stitching here. Right there. Right there. I want this other left in there. Meri thinks she knows what she's doing. I don't know, it's good just to play again. It's good just to play again. Let me get this up where you guys can see it again. I have to mail out the lace envelopes yet. That's my goal for next week. For those of you that won lace. And I got a mailing I want to send off to Becky. Well, that worked pretty good. Let's finish it off here. And I still have some journals to mail to Karen Kay. And I have stuff I want to mail to Arlene. I'm not very good with my mailing. But I did get envelopes and the Birds of Hope mailed. This says, planned and designed at the Collier Press by William Patton. Well, it's coming out because I'm replanning it. Let's tear this out here. If I can. Yeah, that's good. If I can get all the way in there. It's coming out anyway. I got my elf pattern here. I switch projects midstream. Brenda said she wanted to do a tree book, and I think that's a great idea. I'm trying to let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. It might be better. I'll put this spine back in. It's breaking there, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm going to take, so you can kind of see where the signatures are there. And I'll glue that back down. I want to get this out, is what I'm going for, and I'm trying to save the fly page. Don't know if I can. We'll see. Oh, it's coming out pretty good. Now, that was the thing to do. Yeah, let's see, did I save the fly? No, that's okay. Well, yeah, I did. Look at that. I love that. So see, that makes it thinner. Now I want to do the same thing, and then I've got all of this to play with, you guys. I've got all that to play with. Now, so let me just put it down below. And I want to do some carolers in here. And we're going to take out, I want to leave, this is St. Augustine and his mother. And I'm going to leave this. The Confessions of St. Augustine. He was a wild one in his younger days. And I love this. I might try to reproduce that. I don't know if you guys can see it if I hold it up close. I don't know if I have it in the right angle there. Let me get my hand out of the way. Oops, come up, down, up, down. Sort of like that. I'll show it again. So I want to leave maybe this to the table of contents. We'll leave. I'm going to leave that because this makes a nice break right here. And I want to, I'll probably end up taking the whole, I'd like to leave some in the front and take some out of the center here. This came with it. It was a Megabucks ticket for December 21st, 1985. Came with the book. Megabucks. They didn't win, obviously. So I'd like to leave some in there. Now, whether I can get this out, and I'm going to have to leave enough in here to, you know, let it have a base. And I might have opened it to a good, I don't know if I want to take that much out, though. Maybe 2 signatures. And I'm looking in here for the signature break. I think it's right about one more page. Right about there. It's hard to tell. Maybe 1 page back. Paper's pretty thick paper. It's a nice thick, that's one, no, that's 2 pages, but it's still pretty thick paper. It's a nice thick paper. 1 more page, I think. So if I take this out, this much out, and try to leave this in the front, but I don't know if I'll ruin the book block by doing that, but we'll find out. We're going to find out what page was I on. 52. I don't know if I want to take, maybe I'll just take 1 out. From page 62 to page 88. We can always take out. If I need to. And I can feel the stitches in there when I cut. I can feel them. I don't know if I got the signature. We'll find out. This is in my way. We'll find out. And I'll glue this all back together or tape it back together or something. It'd be fun to put some pretty ribbon in there, Christmas ribbon. Oh, guess not. I broke it. Tore that. I don't know where the beginning of this signature is. But I think if I take this out, I'm going to turn it this way. I don't think I have it at the signature break, but that's okay. We're just going to remove some pages. Coming out pretty good. I might have. It's hard to tell. And we'll clean all that up. Now let's see how thick my book is. See, I want, and that makes it close fairly good. It's still got a little bit of a gap. I could take a few more pages out. I hate to take them out of the front. Let's take these out. Let's see what I have here. Yeah, I'm not quite there. I think this is the center of it. And it goes over to here. So that just leaves that much, but I don't need that much. So if I go from here, if I take out that, I think I've got it. My watercolor. I get too many things out on my desk. Let's take this out. And this was a book meant to alter. Johnny had gotten some books at the junk journal shop that were water damaged or somehow damaged. And she was selling them to alter. And I took, this one had water damage on the cover, or some sort of damage on the cover. And so I just went ahead and Cloroxed it. And I like what happened to it. If I get this out here. What's going on there? There. And it's still got, well, I got some of the spine. I'll have to redo the spine here. But that's redoable, because I took out from in there. But I didn't damage the outside spine. I'll just clean that up a little, sand it, and put tape, probably double-sided tape on there. And maybe a piece of cloth and tape it down. Like, well, this wasn't even taped down. You could put a ribbon or something in there. See, that makes it more closable. It's still, with all this folded tree, it still gaps a little. But if you put a ribbon or something around it, it isn't going to be too bad. Now, I wanted to do carolers in here. So I'm either going to have to, I'm not going to do them tonight. Let me put this down there, book block. I'll have some text. Book block. So to do the carolers, to do that, and I'd like to do old-fashioned carolers. So I was watching a DIY where this lady picks vintage public domain photos and collages them in, something like I did with that Tim Holtz tissue paper where the text shows through. And I was thinking about doing that so it wouldn't be that dimensional, or I could carve in again like I did with this star here. I carved in, but to carve carolers in, you know, the star is even starting to, you really, when you do this type of thing, you should glue it around in there. I didn't bother doing that because I might want to do some images in here. It'd be pretty to do a snow scene. And it'd be pretty to even, well, no, it'd be pretty to put some, tissue, you know, transparency paper in there, yellow. What do they call that? Not the foil, but the yellow stuff. The shiny yellow. It slips my tongue right now. But I really do like this. Now, I thought maybe I'd paint this snowman whiter. But I'm liking this tree. And this was inspired out of the Somerset magazine. And I read Apples in My Tree. Well, I started. And Allie Kay was laughing at apples in a pine tree. And I'm going, did they do that? I thought they did. And so I went and looked it up, and yeah, they did. That they put apples, put apples in their tree. Hung, maybe not that many, hung them up for the kiddos. So, and I could put some candles in there too, but we'll see. All right, well, I got that much done on it tonight. And let me go back into chat here. Got sidetracked off of my elf. Let me come back in and look and see what's going on in chat. If you popped in here while I was yakking away, welcome, welcome. Let me go to live chat here. See what's going on. Mina says, my condolences, Becky. Oh, hi, Becky. Becky, I showed the gripper. Becky said her phone isn't letting her type into chat. Okay, Becky. But if you're still there, Becky, thank you so much for the gripper. She said, I went and plugged the phone in. Cheryl says her phone is acting up too. Some phones are weird. Mine, for instance, like to torment me every now and then. My phone does pretty good except for the typing. The keyboard's too small for my fingers. And I just make, I just about make a typo on every word I typo. Brenda says, when I hear carolers, I think of them dressed in Victorian clothing. We caroled when I was in California. It was fun. I think we went caroling once in the small town that I grew up in. And then we had chili and cinnamon rolls afterwards. And it was kind of a school group function type thing, I think. I can't remember exactly who hosted it, but I think we met at the Methodist church. I'm not a Methodist, and that church, I can remember going in there and, you know, thinking about how different it was from our Lutheran church. Us small town churches. So, Becky, thank you so much for the gripper. I really, really appreciate it. That is going to come in so handy. Becky's waving. Now, see, Allie Kay is here. She says, I try not to make assumptions. I try too, Allie, but I fail all the time. Welcome to the group at Free Labor. What? Free labor? Mina says, I'm loving my owl envelope. Oh, I'm glad you like it, Mina. Let's see, the owl envelopes went out to Janet Burgess. I haven't heard whether she got hers. To Karen Kay's mother, and she got hers, and I got a nice thank you from Karen Kay. And Karen got her bird. And let's see, who else? Mina. Mina got an owl envelope, and Christy. And I think Christy said she got hers too. And the birds went out to Lala. Lala has not been feeling well, but she said she would post a picture when, I don't know where she's going to post it. I got rid of my Fib Diggity group. I got irritated. I kind of miss it in a way because, you know, I guess I could post that on Instagram, but yeah. Anyway, Lala got her bird and Karen got her bird. The other two birds went to Janet and to Chaz, and they're international. So I mailed those, what, a week ago Thursday, I believe. I didn't write down the date that I mailed them, but it'll take 2 or 3 weeks for them to get to Australia and England. What did Allie say? At Free Labor, are you into art? At Free Labor? Did somebody get rid of Free Labor? Said, long time since I've seen this channel. At Free Labor, let us know what your story is so we can welcome you in. Becky said she'd be back. Scott just got home from Greenville. I stayed home today and went to lunch with his mom. I thought you and Scott were probably at your mom's. Becky said she'd be back. At Free Labor, let us know. Tell us about yourself. Are you into making art? We're an art stream. I made icicles. I tatted icicles. Allie K, are you here? Do you want to see my icicles? I'm making them for that paper tree. Let me just get them out here for those of you who came in. Now the tree is going to be about 2 inches tall. Let me look at the summer. What did I do with my Somerset magazine? They tell you, it's hard to keep track of myself on these streams. I don't know what I did with the magazine. I had it out. I was showing you guys, and then I set it aside. Here. No, I'm running over it with my chair, of course. Yeah, not quite. It's just under my chair. So, page 54, I believe. Yeah, I opened right up to it. I'm going to make this paper tree. Now, Teresa said she has those dies, and looking at these look like the ones that Teresa was showing us, because as you go back and look at them, they are not that wide. So, I don't know. I might get that die, Teresa, if you're still in here. Teresa gave us, you'd have to go up in chat. She gave us a link. This die is out on Amazon. And if you'll find it, you'll find several dies if you want a pine tree die cut to make this. It's the 2 branches kind of go out like that, and then it's got a hole in the center. Got a little spacer and a hole that you just fit it down over, and then the branches come out that way, and then you can, angle them. And this looks like that die that Teresa was showing, so I was thinking these were larger, but I might end up getting this die. I want my tree to be about 24 inches high, or 24 might be hitting it, because not hitting it. It might be shorter than 20. This may be a smaller tree than I'm thinking of, because I'm going to use a, why can't I think of these words? I said it earlier. One of those sticks. What are they called now? I want to say swizzle, but that isn't it. One of those kebab sticks. Allie K says she's here. What is that stick? What is it? Well, I said it earlier, and now I can't think of it. Yeah. Oh, well. And what I'm going to do is I want a bamboo stick. Yeah, it's a bamboo. There's a name for them, though. I want to say swizzle, but it's not swizzle stick. It's, I have them over here. Let me get them out. They're over here someplace. on my cart. I saw them. What'd I do with them? Oh, here's Meri, always looking for stuff. What's this? That's my calendar. I must have moved them. Oh, now I can't find them. You never have them when you need them. They're probably down below. I don't want to go digging for them. It's a bamboo stick that fits in here, and I'm going to paint it white. And then what I was showing, I'm going to put little icicles down here. And my icicles are tatted, and I showed this earlier. I need about 30 of them, I believe. Now let's just pretend that my tree, that stick is probably about as tall as this magazine, might be a little bit taller. And I'm thinking about 7 of these. These are tatted with what they call the Jacobean stitch. And I did one earlier. You can go back at this one. I kind of goofed on. I think I can rescue it. I'm going to put it in. This was a goofy one. When I pulled it tight, I pulled the end out. But let me hold them up so you can see them. See, they're twisty. They're twisty like that. And they're really easy to make because you tat it and you just do the first leg of the double stitch, just the first leg only, or the last leg only. I do the first leg only. And as you tat them, as you twist them onto your needle, it forms a twist. And I think they'll be so pretty. If I'm thinking my tree will be about a foot. I was thinking 2 feet high, but looking at this and thinking about that bamboo stick is only about 12 inches high. But even then, if I have, I won't need 7. I'll probably only need about 5. I'll probably only need about 20 of these. And then I'm going to make a tatted garland, and maybe a star at the top, either a star or an angel. Chopsticks are for keeping your hair in a bun. Yeah, they're not chopsticks, they're kebab sticks. You know what I'm saying? They come about 12 inches long. Skewers. Skewers is what I'm thinking of. Wooden skewers. I say in Switzerland, it's skewer. But the other thing I was thinking of, these would be pretty to make them shorter. These have about 85 to 90 stitches on them, as you just the first leg of the double stitch. It's just twist. I showed how to do it earlier in the stream. I don't want to get it out and do it again. But I have about 8 twists on each one of these, and that makes them about the same length. I think 20 will be enough for my tree. I'll probably make 30. But if I made them shorter, and instead of cutting off my stream, or somehow tat them together, I could tat when I'm tatting my garland, or not my garland, I'm thinking of making a little paper house and make them much shorter. And as I'm tatting along here, grab one of these like you would a bead and hold it in a Picasso like that. Now they'll be shorter and you can make icicles hanging down the house. I'm thinking, but I don't want to get too much going, because if I get too many things going, and then the other thing I showed you guys, one of the other things I showed you is I'm making these wreaths. These wreaths take me about an hour to make. So, you know, think a couple hours out of your day. I made 3 wreaths today. That was 3 hours out of my day. Almost the whole afternoon. Let's put it down here on the white. little Christmas wreaths. Now I'm going to do something with these, but I don't want to commit to anything until I have them done. And I'm going to starch them so they're nice and stiff, and then there's a red ribbon in there. But I'm holding back any commitments until until I don't want to overcommit. Say I'll do something and then never get it done. That's ending. I'm still working on owls. So those were my icicles, Allie K. Let's see, what else is going on here? Susan Jarrell. Hi, Susan. Are you thinking of a dowel? No, I was thinking of those skewers is what I was thinking of. A dowel would work too. A dowel, you could make it taller. I'd want a small dowel. I don't want a, I want one that's small in diameter. A dowel, I'd have to look at the dowels. I don't want a big thick one, or even, I don't want one a ½ inch, maybe a 1/4 inch in diameter if I could find one. A dowel I could make of tree that's 2 feet high. So, Susan, I might consider that. Chopsticks are for keeping your hair in a bun. Brenda says, I don't do a stream and I have problems keeping up with myself. I have problems keeping up with myself. Allie K said, cute idea. I'm still watching your okra pod character. A skewer. Teresa said it. A skewer. I had to go up a little higher. It's a skewer, Teresa says. A skewer was what I'm thinking of, but I like Susan's suggestion now of using a dowel, because a skewer is not gonna, I like it the diameter of a skewer, but maybe the height of a dowel. I'd like to have it be about 2 feet tall. Now, my brother has a couple of these, well, they were actually his significant others, of these little pine trees that were, that you buy at Hobby Lobby. And they're, what do they call those trees? I can't think of the word right now. I can never think of the words when I'm streaming. But they just have the branches, 2 branches going up, only not, can't think of it. I'm not going to stress myself out. Allie K said she was here. Let's see, let's go down to the bottom. Mary, go to Lowe's for dowels. We don't have a Lowe's, but Menards might have them. I'd have to go to Lincoln probably to go to Lowe's. I don't know if there's a Lowe's in Nebraska. There might be, but we have a Menards, which is the same thing, only different name. Different outfit, but same type of thing. Are the icicles for the branches or for decoration? They're going to be, I'm going to hang them on the branches, the icicles. Maybe about 5 on a side, maybe 60. Well, now if I do a 2-foot one, if I can find a dowel and do a 2-foot one, I was thinking 7 on a side, and 4 sides would be 28. I was going to make 30 of those icicles. They're really easy to make. I can make one in about 15 minutes. Because all you're doing is twisting your yarn around you're doing that stitch. You're just doing the first leg of a double stitch, a tatted double stitch. And this is, I got the idea out of Barbara Foster's Learn to Tat book. She shows how to make them. What are you using for the branches? Allie K, they'll be paper. This is done from a die cut, and Teresa said she has this die cut. And I think she probably does have the one they used. I looked at the one, she gave a link to it on Amazon, and I looked at it and I thought, wow, those are pretty thin branches. But now looking at this, these branches are not that wide. So I think Teresa's is this one. I want to make one like this. But if I make it 2 feet high, I might cut some wider branches for the bottom, and then we'll see. I think I will get that die now, though. And then it has some smaller branches, like up here. You can make tiny trees if you wanted to just do a small tree. And I want to do a garland, a tatted garland. And then I either want to do an angel or a star, a tatted star at the top. And then for the bucket down here, these are ceramic little affairs that she bought at a gift shop overseas. This is done by Dahlia Nicole Blevins. And this is a holiday, summer set holiday magazine, 2023. But what I'm going to use are Yoplait containers. And I'm going to put, I have a whole bucket of Crayola modeling clay that I need to use. And I'm going to stuff that in my Yoplait container. And then I'm going to paint my bucket white. But I was watching a lady on YouTube, and she either mixes sand or salt, rock salt, in her paint, or she glues it on and then she paints it so she gets kind of a cement. I'll have to go back and look at her videos to see exactly whether she uses sand or salt. But she makes it look like cement. And I'm going to do that on my Yoplait containers. And for the moss, I guess I could always, buy moss at the craft store. So, and I don't know if I'm going to do red berries or not. These are little hearts on here. If you read her, she said they're little heart shapes. I don't know if I'm going to do it. I might. We'll see. I marked it here with my dollar sign, page 54. So that's all about the icicles. Let's go back to whatever I did with him. Did he blow away? Let's go back to my elf. Let's go back to my ochre pot elf. Yeah, I pushed him all over here. Where did he go? Where's my unpainted one? It's over here. So we're going to paint green. We need green and red. And we'll need pink for the face. I guess I could kind of draw him on here first. So I'm using this like this, as the front. So we're going to put it like that. Let me make sure I'm all up to. Susan says, by the way, Lowe's has a tallish box of every size of dowel rods. And they will cut them for you too, from tiny to curtain rod size. Well, that's good to know. That's really good to know. I'll bet you Menards has something similar. I'd like to go to Lowe's, but that would be probably a trip to Lincoln or Omaha, and I'm not driving that far for dowels. Scott is in and ready to crash. It's been a long day for him. Okay, Becky. So are you going to crash with him? She says, I would use small clay flower pots. I could, but I want to recycle my Yoplait containers. I could use the small clay flower pots. It's a thought. But I kind of wanted to recycle my Yoplait containers. Upcycle. It's an upcycle thing. Good idea, too. I'm not dismissing it. Are the icicles for the branches or for decoration? Well, they're kind of decoration on the branches. I'm going to hang them on the branches. But I was thinking I could make those icicles smaller and string them on a tatted string and make a little paper house, or even something Christmassy, and have icicles hanging on it. Becky says, I'm waiting for the tea kettle to come to a boil to make some sleepy time tea. Well, that sounds pretty good, Becky. What time is it? It's 8:30 here. It's 9:30 where Becky is. Yeah, they're paper trees, LAK. Now, the only thing is, when I store it, I'm gonna have to store it carefully so it don't crush the paper. Either I have to store it maybe in a tall. I'll have to see what I can find. A tall box. All right, let's get on with the elf here. Let's get on with it. So let's start with the hat. Let's see. I'm gonna kind of keep it like this because that's how I drew him. So this in here is going to be the hat. Can I draw on him? Yeah. This is going to be the hat. Now, I think I'll make this go all the way around. All right. So there's his hat. And then, of course, this in here. All right. No, it goes, this is the front here. All right. So his ears, if this is the front, well, let's do his nose next. His nose, well, let's see. His face, let's get this up a little higher. His face will come down this way because he's got a long chin. And of course, I can always paint over this. He's got a big chin. They have long faces, the elves do. So we'll just kind of put his face in here. And his nose, it comes down and it widens out like so. And you know what? I should zoom in so you guys can see better. I zoom in, I zoom out. I zoom in, I zoom out. In, out, in and out, in and out. Oop. Let's get a little bit more. It's really hard. They did something to this. All right. I'll have to zoom out again later, but all right. So I'm trying to duplicate his face here. So his nose kind of comes like, and if I goof with my ink pen, I can always repaint. His nose kind of comes like this. It's kind of hard to draw dimensionally. And then they have these goofy smiles. And I'll paint that red. And it's almost a green. I might have to make his face a little wider on that side. So the smile comes way tall. And then it comes in down like this. Yeah, that's pretty good. Now, this is going to be a little wider in there. Now, this is the side, and he's going to have a pointy ear. So his ear, I'm going to make him pretty large. Like that, and it has a little earlobe thing there. And just kind of put it there. And then on the other side, it'll come down, come up here, over here, and then we'll make it really long. They have long ears. I'm just kind of sketching it in there. Okay, now he's got, Santa was an elf, so this isn't a Santa, this is an elf. He's got eyebrows, and then get his eyes in there. And of course the eyes always look creepy to me until I paint them and get some color in their face, but there's his eye. Now he's got a collar here. Now let's see, I'm pretty much on track. His collar comes down pointy to a point, and this is a collar, it's not a beard. And I imagine his collar would even come in the back. I haven't done the back yet, but something like that. And his hat up here, this white in here, there'll be a white strip there, which is this, and that's around here. So this, I kind of wanted to do like this. Turn it over. I redid the hat up here. Only this is the back. Let's do a pointy like that, and like that, kind of coming up. Goes around the back. Kind of hard to draw dimensionally. Have you ever tried to draw a dimensional object on a dimensional object? Draw. It's an experience. Okay. So I got those points in there. Now, on the picture, they had the one that I was using an example, they had a jingle bell there. I'm hesitating on the jingle bell. I wanted to put a rope around here. So we're just going to kind of sketch a little rope. And then this almost looks like a crown up here, because it goes out like that and up there. So I think I'm going to make this a crown. It kind of comes up this way, goes that way. I could put some jewels in here. Kind of draw some, paint some jewels on there. We'll give him a crown. And it even looks like a crown on the back. Kind of comes up like that. Alright. So now, let's go back to the front. I've got this will be his collar in here, and that's red. And then on the side here, this will be the side. This is his ear up here. Let's do a side view. Here's his ear here. Here's his ear there. I've got a collar coming down there. Probably coming over the hand. The hand comes down, and it's going to go around to the front on this side. It's going to come down this way, and he's going to be holding, on the front, he's holding onto a package. And it's just kind of sketched in there. See if I can't paint it better. So it comes down and around this way to the front. It's kind of a skinny hand. And he's holding on to a package. And I just have a kind of mitten hand. We'll make it a mitten. Like that. And the package will be right here. If I can draw it on there. And like that, and maybe make it a little dimensional. Like that. And it should have a bow on it, but that might be a little bit too much. And then on this side, I don't have a drawing, but imagining this is his ear here, pointy ear. So he's going to have a hand. There'll be the collar in there. The hand will just kind of come down like this. And I think I'm going to have him holding on to a wreath. Kind of sketching him in there. And he's going to be holding onto a wreath. I'll put a round wreath in there. Let's see, his hand. And his hands have striped. It's going to match his pants. Let's do the pants here. Let's see. But I could move that hand over a little bit. Let's put the belt on here. Let's put a belt in there, if I can, like that, and coming over like that. That hand is really sketchy. All right, so the back of the belt comes right in here. This is the belt on the back. we'll have to deal with the back here. So, and he's got kind of a tunic on. So let's end that. Let's see, where am I at here? I'm pretty much on track. We'll end his tunic right in here, right below the gift. And the tunic will go around the back, kind of in there. So, and I was on the back. This is his back. Now I have this back up higher. This back is kind of hard because it curves. Just up a little bit higher. And this would be his tunic here. And this would be his back, the back of his vest. I don't know, I could put something in there. Maybe a pocket, a back pocket. I don't know. And then he's going to have hair. So I don't know. I just scribbled hair in there. I don't know what the back of an elf's head looks like. Could put a bow on it. He's a silly creature anyway. So now I got the tunic ending right here. So now I just have to put the legs in. And I think I'm pretty much on track with the height of him. The legs I was going to separate, and it kind of has an indentation here. So let's draw there and here, and I'm just going to color that in. And these will be his leggings, but he's got to have these boots on, these pointy-toed boots, and those are going to be a challenge. I'm going to put them on the back too, like so, and like so. Yeah, and then down here, I'm going to put circles on there if I can. These will be red boots. But I might have to just dab them on there on different places. Or I could put one big circle. I don't know. But his boots will come around to the side and to the back. Now, it's good that it's got an indentation right here, too. So this will be the back of his legs here. Right in there. And this will be his... Where's his belt? His belt is there, the tunic ends here. So he's kind of got a bottom dollar there. And his boots. No, I'll make them a little bit lower here in the back. And this is tunic. No, his tunic goes up higher. Where's the belt? The belt's up here. The tunic's there. So this bottom dollar is there, not there. So these could be stripes in here. I'm trying to visualize this. So these stripes going here. And it goes clear around here, and we're just going to make a division in there for his legs. Now he's got that wreath there, and we're just going to draw a circle there now. So there's a circle, a stripe, and a stripe. I'm trying to visualize it as the stripes go around to the back. I lost track. The tunic ends up here. All right, so he's got these red stripe, 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 red stripe. Okay, red stripe. I'm doing his leggings here. They're striped leggings. Red stripe, red stripe, red stripe. Are they matching? Pretty much. Red stripe, red stripe. Maybe I'll make them green instead of red because he's going to have red boots. And this is kind of dividing his legs here. So green stripe, green stripe. Green, green, green stripe, green stripe. Yeah, it matched. Green stripe, green stripe, green, green, until it gets down to his boots. And then maybe he'll have red stripes up here on his arm. Now I'm getting into the detail, and on his arm over here. By the way, I'm drawing with a Sharpie fine point. And then this is a collar in here, where all this is a collar. All right. I paint him and see how he turns out. Let's look at chat. It's 8:45. I'm leaving at 10 o'clock tonight. No, I don't want the clip. I hit the wrong button. It wanted to make a clip. Let's refresh my chat. Gentle reminder, if you haven't already, oh, thank you. I appreciate the thumbs up. Yeah, and not just my stream. When you go into streams, be sure to leave thumbs ups. And if you think of it, comment afterwards. I always like to read the comments. I don't always get a long answer, but I try to give you roses. Susan said she hung her thumb up on the way in. I always do that too, Susan. The first thing I do when I go into somebody's stream, unless I forget. But the gentle reminders like what Mina do really do help. Because several times people said, please leave a thumbs up. And I go, oh, I forgot to leave a thumbs up. But I try to leave it as soon as I go into a stream. And it's just appreciated. Susan says, as soon as I say something, the chat line goes away. It maximizes or minimizes, whatever the case. I can have a chat line. I'm tired of it too, I tell you. Really? So several people have been having trouble with chat lines tonight. Is that a Meri thing, or has that been happening in other chats? Do you know? Brenda said, thank you, Allie K. I will check Joanne's Wednesday if I go to the art journaling group. I have an hour-plus drive to anywhere other than Walmart. Boy, Brenda, do I sympathize. Mina, I said that too. I'll leave it white. Let's see, what did Mina say? Right now, before being painted, that ochre pod reminds me of Scrimshaw. Oh, really? Well, you know, it's surprising how nice they dry. Because it is... It does kind of remind you of Scrimshaw. Scrimshaw is done on ivory, or was done on ivory, wasn't it? Like tusks, walrus tusks and stuff like that. I don't know too much about the art of Scrimshaw. Susan said, that's right, Mina. Great minds think alike. I'm not going to leave it white. It's going to be painted because I want it to see my... This is my kitty cat. This is a ghost. These I've done before. This is a Santa Claus. This is another kitty cat. And I was going to do a cowboy, but I decided to do the elf instead for Christmas. We've got 2 kitty cats, a ghost, and a Santa Claus. And now an elf. so I think I'll make his vest green and his leggings green and, I'm thinking green and red. And his collar's going to be red, and his sleeves should match the leggings, green and red. His face is going to be pink, and he's got a big red smile. He's going to have blue eyes and pointy ears here on the side. And then he's got a hat here that's going to have something like a crown there. And I was going to put a jingle bell there, but I think I'll just leave it. I might put some stripes. I don't know. Well, I'm still deciding whether I might just leave that plain. And then up here, it's very interesting because the way that the ochre pod is formed, it almost looks like a crown. It goes up here and then out this way and out this way, and it does it on the back. And you see it better on the back. So I'm going to make a crown up on top, a little elf crown on top. I'll probably paint that gold. He needs some gold. And he's holding a gift in the front, and around his side here, he's going to hold a wreath. And he's got big pointy toes. I can get the red boots on there, and I think I can make them pointy, but I can't get too much of a round jingle bell or anything on the toes unless I make just one. So I'm still thinking about that. And on bone, do scrimshaw on bone? Really? That's interesting. Bone would decay. Well, I guess tusk would too decay eventually. It's all the time. It's not just my stream. That's interesting. You know, they mess with so many things technically. I notice when I come into my channel, not my other channels, but when I come into the channel that I stream on, I used to be able to go up in the top right-hand corner to find my settings for my channel. Like when I want to go to my library and my videos and like that, you go to a library. And like when I start my stream, I go to the library. You don't have to, but I do. And they moved that from the top to the bottom. And the same thing, I'd always hit my account up here when I wanted to change my account to like when I watch the news and when I watch, videos that aren't really artsy videos, I go to another account. Well, that used to be up there, and I'm going, what did they do with it? It's gone. How do I get it? And they moved it down here, and they're always changing stuff around. It's like going shopping at Walmart. You just get used to where something is, and they move it all around. Let's see. Tusk is bone. I guess tusk is bone. I generally don't think of it like, I guess it's an outer bone, isn't it? Rather than like a arm bone or a leg bone or something like that. So I guess that's a good point, Allie K. Becky said that's what was happening to her on her phone. So it must be something they're messing with. They mess with stuff all the time, Enough people complain. They put that heart. Now, I don't see the heart on my chat, on my old phone. I don't see the heart. Do you guys see a heart down at the bottom of the menu? I don't see a heart. I wonder if I see that on my new phone. I don't see it on my tablet. Let's go into, but I'm in there as me, not somebody else. I'm in as the host. Let's go to my stream here. See, here's my stream. And, oh yeah, I see the heart on here. So you guys must you can take that heart away, but you have to have the live control room. Well, why in the world they put that heart down there? Because it interferes with chat. If somebody says something, it interferes with chat. You can't read the chat for the heart. And I'm pressing on it now. Then this is more of a phone thing. I have to take that X out there to otherwise it'll show Like, see if I put a stop there. This is more, that drives me crazy, you know, and I'm still streaming, but it's all in the background. I can't see because of all the controls here, and I have to hit that X. That drives me crazy. Now, I don't blame YouTube for that. That's a Samsung thing, I think. But you have to have the live control room. I can't get to the live control room on mobile. I could probably have a desktop here and find it on the desktop if I tried hard enough, but I don't want to get out. You should not have to get out 20 different, I've got 3 things going here. I've got my tablet over here, my phone here. I don't need this on, but I turned it on to see. But see, on my tablet, I don't see the heart. So, but you have to turn that off every time you stream. And you have to go to the live control room to do it. And I can't get there on, yeah, you guys see the heart. Allie says, no, they're not, you silly. They're mostly calcium. I'll let you guys figure out whether teeth are bone or not, or tusk are bone. I don't know. Becky said, much of the tusk is made up of dentine, a hard, dense, bony tissue. I don't know. I'm not that smart. Brenda says, when we were in Alaska, we saw both bone and ivory. The large leg bones of moose were what was used for the most, and I think she's talking about scrimshaw. I think they used bone when it got harder to get. Oh, than the, did you say ivory? Yeah, ivory, I think, is really kind of off limits now, especially with the elephants. Yeah, I'll use okra pots. I'll grow my own scrimshaw. Now, how long these will last, I don't know. They'll probably last my lifetime because they are painted and varnished, and I don't think these are going to decay anytime soon. If you put them in a moist environment and they get all wet and gooey, they would probably decay. No mouse is going to eat a okra pot, I don't think. So let's get out some paint. And let's see. I think I'll paint his vest first. And it's going to be green. So I want green and red for sure, and white. And that's Bimini blue. Let me look for green. I'm at the blue tab there. Blue shelf. Here's this is a sweet mint. I want a Christmas green. Christmas green. Here we go. Well, that's turquoise. This is Irish moss. Come on. Ocean blue. What's that doing in there? We don't want ocean blue. We got a marsh green. That's a pretty... I don't want that one. Holly branch. There we go. Green. And the reds shouldn't be hard to find. I don't need... You'd be surprised how little of this stuff you need. And... What did I say? A white, a gold, and a white. This is King's Gold. The white's over there. I'll probably want a black eventually, or a brown for the belt. Let's do a... I have to turn the corner. What do I have? I have all this English Navy. I bought a whole bunch of English Navy when I was working along with Beth on those lighthouses, and I still have it. Well, I'll come back to that. Because all I see is English Navy, Royal Violet, Dark Violet. I'm looking for my black. We're going to stop there. And I think I'll use this little brush here. It's a small point there. And I think I'm going to work out of the cap. Oops. And we're going to paint, maybe I'll paint the back of his vest. Or maybe I should paint the front first. Let's shake up the paint. We see the heart. You see the heart? Allie, no they are not. They're mostly calcium. Where's the heart? Similar to stone. Where's the heart? We see the heart. I'm not sure what Allie means. We see the heart. Brenda says, when we were in Alaska, we saw both bone and ivory. Susan says, I'm not Allie yelling at you, Allie. I love you. You are so sweet. You are sweet. All of you are sweet. Thank you for being in here. Brenda said, I think tusks are teeth. I don't know. Ivory tusks are actually massive teeth that protrude way beyond the mouth of elephants. I didn't know that, Becky. Like our own teeth and those of many mammals, those tusks are deeply rooted. Per Google. Per Google! Gapucky! Per Gapucky! G-E. That's how I typed, Becky. She said, Google! It's been a strange day, Becky says. For me, why not add some strange typing? I thought maybe Howie did that. Howie K says, interesting, but Google says teeth are in fact not bones, but ectodermal organs. I stand corrected. Well, Allie K, join the crowd because I get corrected all the time. And you know what? That's how we learn. That's how we learn. I learn so much from all of you. All right, we're going to paint his vest in here. So I'm going to come down in here. And after I get color on here, you guys, he'll come alive. And I might have to give him more than one coat. We'll see, because this paint, this is, oh, this is apple barrel. It's usually pretty. And this is a deep dark green. And this is the front of his vest. This is a belt buckle in here. Can you guys see? Yeah, I think you can see fairly well. And he's holding on to the gift, so you're only seeing a part of the belt buckle there. And then the belt goes around to the side. And up here is the collar. And let's see, what do I have? I guess I can paint this as vest in here. I think. I'm not sure what I was doing there. But I think this is all vest. Now I'm not going to plug in my heat gun. So I might have to spread this out over more than one day. We'll see how much I can get done. We'll do his torso first. Can you guys see there's so much shadow here? See, this paint gets a little thin. And I should probably put some gold dots on there for buttons, but we'll come back in and enhance it. All right, he's got a belt, but underneath his belt, you can just see a little bit of his vest there. And then there's a gift in here, so his vest is really a part of his tunic. I should call it a tunic, not a vest. So he's holding on to a gift, but his tunic comes clear down to here. Whoops, maybe not that far down. Right to there. And it goes, let's see what I have here. Yeah. So the gifty kind of comes in here. Now I'm rethinking the belt from brown to maybe red because it'll show up better. A brown belt will be hidden by the green. So he's holding on to a wreath, and I might make that red too. We'll see. And the tunic comes down to here, in there. And I'm not going to try to open it up or anything or make it look. Alright, so his arm is right there, so this is all tunic in here. And this side of the gift right there. Painting on three-dimensional things like an okra pod is a real experience, let me tell you. Now the back is going to be fairly easy right now. I'm going to just leave it plain, but I might come back and paint a flower or something Christmassy on the back. What would an elf have on the back of his tunic? He's got to sit down, so it's got to be comfortable. A pocket, maybe with a hanky, a Christmas card sticking out of it. I can paint that on. But right now it's going to be all green, except for the belt right there. Let's see. Susan says, one of the best courses I took that I didn't need to for my curriculum was medical terminology. I loved it. Susan says, as in ectoskeleton or endoskeleton. Let's go up one, see what she's talking about. Susan says, ecto means outside, endo means inside. Really? See? I just learn all kinds of stuff from you guys. I didn't know ecto meant outside and endo means inside. I was very ecto the last 2 days. I spent a lot of time out in the yard, outside. Today I was out on the porch. And boy, did I enjoy my porch sitting time today. Okay, I'm going to turn him upside down so I can get at his back. This area in here is his back, right in here. And do I have, let's see what I have. He really needs that collar. I got his hair, but I don't have that collar coming down. So let's sketch that on there, if I may. I might smear some paint. Yeah. We need that collar. See, there's the red collar there, and it needs to come down like this. I got it up here, and we'll just make it kind of neat there. Yeah, and his hair will kind of fall into the red collar. That works. And I think I will come back in and put a pocket there and put a Christmas card in his pocket. I think that makes sense. This is not your typical elf in the shelf. All right. So we're painting his back, and I turned him upside down because I can get to it better. It's kind of hard to hold it here. So this is his belt where I'm not painting, and it comes around, and his arm is in here, and we've got this collar, that red collar, pointy collar. Like so. His other arm is over there. Becky, are you still in here? What page are you on in your fall journal? Let's see, let me refresh chat. Becky might have went to bed. Inner slime. Inner slime. Oh, you're on page 3 and 4. I might go back and review your pages and do some in my October journal, because I won't be able to catch up with you with a full fall journal, but I thought it might be fun to do a couple pages along with you. I might go back and review some of your videos and work along with you. Okay. It's kind of a deep dark green. Now, so I'm going to do red and green stripes. So let's start with the stripes, because I got the green out. So the first one will be red, the second one will be green. Leah says hi. Hi, Leah. Susan says, my brother has Paget disease. Disease. Our bones shed a little at a time and then get a new strong layer. In Paget's, or Paget, or however you pronounce that, one or a pair of bones just builds a new bone over the old. The underlayer is prone to breaking. Oh. You know, it just makes you wonder. It just makes you wonder, why? Why do some people suffer things like that and others not? Same way with cancer. My heart goes out to those who have to suffer with that stuff. Okay, so this is going to be a red stripe here. It's going to be red and green stripe. So where it's white, it's going to be red, and I'm painting in the green. And his arms are going to match the... And I'll probably, this is wet, so I will probably have to go back in and touch up things because I'm not waiting for this to dry. I want to move along. And it goes around to the back. And I'm going to leave a black line between the legs here. And I'll probably go back in and emphasize it so that you can see where the break is. Now, on this side, he's holding a wreath. So that wreath circles around here. So those stripes will not comb. I might have painted over a little bit of the wreath. Let's see. I gotta see where is... No? Yeah. So this could probably come down a little here. Right in here. In there. And I do think I'll put a pocket in there with a card. That's his back. He needs something on the back of his shirt. And this will be a red collar up here and his hair. I might put a jingle bell in his hair. All right, let's go back to the stripe. So inside the wreath will be a little stripe. And maybe a little one showing here, and the red. And the wreath comes around there. Now let's go back over to the front. This is green. Here. And this actually comes... I'm losing my way here. This is green. In there, maybe. I might have to repaint. And then there's another green stripe here. I'm hoping you guys are seeing. It's kind of hard to get. If I go any further, I'll get out of frame. All right. So green stripe comes around this way. These are his leggings that I'm doing here. They're going to be red and green. I'm doing the green. So the wreath comes around here. And I'll probably have to paint. It looks like I painted over it there, but I'll touch that up when I get to it. All right. So this is green in here. Let's see, I'm trying to imagine this wreath. I think I painted over my wreath there. We'll touch it up. I'm going to do the green and figure it all out later. So this is a green stripe. I could make it all green and just paint the... No, I'm going to do that. Paint the wreath over the green. Oops. I'll paint the wreath over it because it'd go over it in real life anyway. So there's the striped leggings. I want my stripes to match. And comes this way. And comes around here. Matches this one. This one kind of got thick in there. Okay, this one is red. Let's go back to this front. Comes around to the back. Almost looks like gel striped pants for convicts, but it's his striped leggings here. Now, his boot starts right there, so I can get another green. This is red, so I can get another green one in here. In there. It comes around to there. It's kind of awkward because his legs are close together because of the okra pod. Okay, we didn't finish the top one up here. Finish that one. Okay, go back over. I think I'll paint the boots on before I do any more. So now we want his, I don't know, I might make his top red and white, because that's too much green with his tunic. So let's wash out my brush and get out the red. Oops, I'm washing it out in a dry pot. Okay. We might have to revisit some of that, but the more you work on him, the more he'll look like an elf, Meri. What time is it? It's 9:18. I have about 45 minutes. Susan said, let's see, what am I following? Brenda says, sorry to hear that, Susan, but it's interesting, talking about Susan's brother. I was born with a nail patella syndrome. When I was young, I was prone to breaks. Now I'm prone to overgrowth of bone at joints if I have breaks. Oh, and if I have breaks. Oh, my heart goes out to you. When I was about in 7th grade, 6th or 7th grade, My mom said, "You're limping." And I didn't realize I was limping. And I'm not limping. "You're limping. I'm going to take you to the doctor." My mom was really worried about it. This is apple barrel again, and it's bright red apple, or just red apple. No bright on it. And so she took me to the doctor, and I guess he took an x-ray. I don't remember an x-ray. But I had a calcium buildup in my middle back. He gave me pills, and it all went away. All right, this is the collar that comes down this way. And I might have to emphasize that with white trim where it hits the green. And it's a little weird over the shoulder there. But that's his hair. We'll make his hair come down. And it's going over to the back. This is his back. I might put a white trim around the collar to separate the red from the green. I see that needs a little bit of separation in there. And in there. And I guess I need one right in here. It's over his shoulder. And it comes around to the front. And down. Now, this is not a beard. This is pink. This is his whole face here. And he has a very long face, and then he's got red lip coming up here. So his collar comes right up to his chin. All right, so he's going to have red and green stripes here on his leggings. And I might stripe him, put the white stripe in here too. I just feel like it needs it. Now he's holding a wreath over here that I'm going to repaint. I'm going to repaint the wreath. I'm just kind of putting the stripes in there. The wreath will go around here. I guess I need to. I kind of got off there. We'll make this a big stripe because it needs to come around here. Oh, that's his belt. Oh, I goofed. Well, I'll paint over it with black. Forget that. That in there will be black. But I need a red stripe in there. So let's put. I'll paint his belt on maybe up a little higher. Where's his belt? No, his belt's way up there. Well, this is a stripe. All right. Well, we might have to revisit this. His belt's way up there, Meri. You goofus. I had his ears on my sketch. I had his ears way up here. They're right there on the side of his head. His ears are where his eyes are. Right opposite of his eyes. Yeah. So we got red. And I'm going to have to make a division. I got a black line coming here. But I might have to define that a little bit more. Maybe even with white instead of black. But for right now, it's black. And here, he's just got striped leggings. And this should really be red coming across here, too. I'm going to have to revisit this in here. It's a little wide. And we'll paint the wreath on after it's all dried. The wreath goes, this is his hand right here. And he's holding a wreath that'll go right around in there. I'm going to paint the stripes on first. And you know, this is just an okra pod. It's just an okra pod. And so you can't, you know, you have to follow the shape of the okra pod. You can't really make the legs separate without damaging the okra pod. So that's why these stripes just kind of look like a jailbird stripes. But he's kind of cute. I'm happy with him. I'm kind of botching some of this paint job here. I'll have to go in and touch up. My brush hits a ridge on the okra pod and goes its own way. Okay, this is the back. I feel like I need white lines in there. I'm not feeling this. It looks like a skirt instead of legs. We'll just do our best. These are leggings. Striped leggings. Whoops. I'm going to have to touch up some spots in there. My brush hits a ridge and it says, "This way, Meri." That isn't the way I wanted to go. All right, now he's got these pointy boots on, and they come up to a point like that. And they're going to be red, and they're going to come down like that. And they're pointy in the back too. Whoops. Another case of going where it wants to go. And it'll come up this way. Come on. Up this way. And down. And like I said, I can't do much at the toe area because it comes to a point. But I might be able to put some gold buttons up at the top. We'll trim it up here. And let's see, let's put a thin red line in there and come in with some green. Thin red line. And then this one comes to a point right in here, right there. If you can see that. And those are his boots. And I got to do this area where there's white there. This all gets painted. Let's put a little red line in there. And a little red line there. Paint it in. Okay. Now we'll leave that and come up here to his arms and paint red stripes. And this is the arm that's going down holding the wreath. And he's, I guess, I don't know what color I'm going to make his mitten. I don't want to make it green and I don't want to make it red. I might make it gold. Gold solves all issues. And then this is the arm that's holding the gift. Now I got, set this down a minute. Yeah, some of this paint's kind of soaking in. Might have to give it more than one coat. Alrighty. And don't worry about these. I'll take care of those later. Those spots. See, I was doing this arm over here. Now remember, he's an elf. And he's holding on to a gift here. That's the gift in there. We'll have to come back and visit that. Got some red smeared on his face. Now, for his hat, he's got this red up here. These red stripy things, pointy things, if I can make them. Oops. And here, oops, might have to retouch up some of this. Whoops, I know I will. I'm coming down into his hairline there. Okay. Got smeared his face. Let's do his face. I'm gonna have to mix a pink. So I need some white. This is wax paper here. Let's check chat. Let me check chat. I want to thank you guys for spending a Sunday evening with me. Let's see. Allie K says 45 would get her to 10 o'clock. her usual time. Yeah. Yeah. She said 4 to 5 minutes. Did I say 4 to 5 minutes? I said 45 minutes, not 4 to 5 minutes. 45 minutes. Let's see, Brenda said, he cooks several nights a week. Since my hand surgery several weeks ago, he's been cooking every night. It's nice. He's a keeper. My brother cooks. I think my brother enjoys the cooking, so I let him do it. And we had steak tonight. Actually, the steaks that he buys are big. And they're bigger than, I can't eat a whole steak. And I tell him that. I said, that's too much steak for me. And I end up cutting it in half and putting refrigerate half of it for another meal. And so this time when he cooked it, he only cooked one steak and cut it in half. And he ate one half and I ate the other half. And we had this big, huge sweet potato. It was huge. They tell you not to mix with your brush. A palette knife here someplace. What did I do with it? See, I gotta find a keeper in my... I got those little tin cups. But I put things... When I put it back, I just put them back randomly. And I don't know where the random is. So let me grab... We'll mix with this brush. Shouldn't, but I will. I'll wash it off. Enough. Alright, we need a dab of red. And I know if I do it this, I'm going to get more than a dab, but that's more red than I'll ever need. Alright, I'm going to take... Did I get a hair in there? Or is that just a shadow? I guess it's just, I need a dab of red. And I need a squirt of paint, of water. Probably more watery than what I wanted. Alright, let's see how that goes. That's a pretty light, but yeah, I feel like I need a little bit more red. Alright. So his face, I'm just going to paint in the cheeky bones here. And I'll come back with the smile. I'll paint part of the smile. He's got a big long face, good big long chin. Here. And it goes clear up over on the other side. And his ears come way up here. So for right now, they're just going to be pink ears. I'll have to detail them. It kind of looks like a mess right now, but just give me time. His eye in there. The nose. And forehead. This will probably be painted over, but I'm just getting some color on his face first. And then I'll come in and detail. I don't know what you guys are seeing. It probably looks pretty hideous. And here's his other ear. I messed up that other one, but here's his other ear right here. Comes way down into a point. In there. And his nose is right in there. I'm going to leave that white for a minute. Alright. Now, he's got hair on the back of his head, but he doesn't have any in the front. And I messed up this side of the face. It's real weird. So let's fix that. Luckily I have red out, so I can make him a pointy chin. We want a pointy chin. There we go. That's better. Now, I guess let's do the white of his hat. The white of his hat comes across this way. And he's got an ear going up there. And to redefine that, because my paint's messing it up. Comes across the back of his head. I'll be repainting that. I'm just kind of defining my areas. Yeah, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Comes around this way. Okay. I like the pointy of his chin. Maybe needs to be a little more pointy over on that side, but it's pretty pointy there. So his hair, I guess I'll make him have gold hair. King's gold hair. You ever see an elf with gold hair? Makes sense to me. Uh-oh. I need my pliers. For now, it's going to be gold. I might change my mind later. Now this is his hair coming down. Actually, his hair kind of blends in with his ear. I might have to make it a darker gold. Oops, I dipped it in the white. I might have to make it a darker brown gold, because it kind of blends in with his ear. Over there, you can't tell what's an ear and what's hair. And I wanted to put some hair. Let's mix some. Did I get out any brown? No. I have honey brown. Let's see what that does. Not much. I need a darker brown. Yeah, I'm not doing it for me. Might have to drop one in there. What other brown do I have? Espresso and burnt sienna. I think they're about the same color. I guess the espresso's a little darker. No, we're going to try that. The yellow's still wet. I have to let things dry. Paint his ear back in there. Yeah, I gotta paint his ears back in. I'm gonna paint his hair first, and then I'll paint the ears over it. This ear's pretty good here yet. It comes down like that. And he needs a hairline there. He needs a line of hair. Maybe right up in here too. It's hard to see. Detailing. Kind of hard to detail. All right. Let's go back. And what time is it? 9:46. I got about 15 minutes left. Let's go do the white on the sleeves here. Gotta bring more red down, but we'll do a white there, a white here, a white there. And I'm going to have to detail this with black ink because to see the separation of things. White stripe. And I guess I'll give him white mittens for now. He's going to be holding on to a wreath. And I'm going to paint the wreath white on here now, and then I'll go over it with green. But I want to get a wreath shape in here. So we're going to do a circle, kind of. A circle for the wreath. Like that. Doesn't have to be perfect. And then I'll make it green. I'll come back and visit that. And let's see. I don't know if I like green and red for the leggings. I kind of like the red and white. So I think I'll paint all my green white for the leggings. And if I don't like it, I'll repaint them. Oops. I think it shows up better as white. And that way I can make the wreath green. It's really an interesting experience to paint an ochre pod. It's not as easy as it may look, because not only are you painting in 3-dimension, you are painting. This ochre pod has ridges that run vertically down it, so you're painting over those ridges, and when your bristles hit those ridges, it says, I'm going this way, you go where you want to, but and it kind of did that here. And that white is soaking in. There, it's beginning to look a little gray. All right, let's come up here. These are his leggings here. Kind of come through. See where I'm going. Over to there. I'm gonna have to give this more than one coat. I can see that with the white over the green. They don't look like leggings, but I'm going to put a dividing line in there. So just hold your thought until until I'm done. I'm going to have to go over that with red. There'll be touch-ups to do. The brush wants to go its way. And that way I can have a white stripe in here. Kind of defining the boot. And a white stripe there. Just give him time. He'll come together eventually. He's in process. He needs work yet. He's certainly not done. Yeah. Yeah, I mess up stuff. Looks like I tipped my yellow. He's got a white nose. Let's give him a yellow belt. If I can get some in there. Let's give him a yellow belt in here. That needs to be, I got smeared white on him there. They do a lot of touching up on this guy. Can't see it very well. All right. I mix this. Looks like I got some white there. What did I do there? Not sure what that, oh, that's where the, okay. Give him time, he'll come together eventually. Use that around this chin area. Oops, maybe not that dark. Oh, yeah. I need to repaint his ear in there, but I'm not going to do it right now. It's pretty wet. Bring his chin way down here. He's got a big old chin. Now, let's grab some of this. See if I can't get that ear back in there. Maybe with white. My chat went away. And I have a feeling I'm going to have to define a little of this ear with an ink pen to make it look like an ear. Because it needs to be pointy. Now let's make it a little whiter just to define it for now. one could be a little bigger, maybe. He's got big pointy ears. Yeah. All right, now let's go back to the red. So my brush is too wet. Big glob of water. I'm not sure I'm liking this red. I think I'll get out my Tuscan red. This red is, it's a bright red, but it's not quite what I'm wanting. Let's get out my Tuscan red. It's just about time for me to leave. This Tuscan red. Yes. This is about empty. Let's see if I can get some out of the cap. Nope. Let's go to a different one. I've used this one up. This is Tuscan. That's Georgia clay. That's Harvest Orange. I do have an orange. How about that? Rockwood red. Cherry red. Let's try the cherry red. It's a little bit deeper red. Oh, I might have to get the pliers out again. I don't use these paints every day. I'm just working out of the cap. I want him to have a big, long, narrow chin. Yeah. And then here is where I think I'm going to have to put some white trim on these collar because they come down into the points and you can't, it kind of just falls into the green. And you can't, it's not enough of a division for me. And what do I got going on here? Looks like I missed some red stripes here. Probably wasn't concentrating. And I just keep working on him until I'm happy with him. It's after 10. I think I'm going to have to fold things up here. Tomorrow is Monday. Janet Nash comes on at 9 Eastern. I'll pick this up my next stream. Janet Nash comes on at 9 Eastern. Dee Dee Willingham comes on at 8:30 Eastern. Janet Young, I got this all memorized. Janet Young comes on at 1 Eastern. I don't know if Lisa's going to stream tomorrow or not. I did see a post by her that said it is her stepfather that's in the hospital. I thought it was her father-in-law. I get confused because I don't see all the posts. So, but anyway, she's got a father or a stepfather or a father-in-law that's been ill, and she's been helping her family take care of him. So her streaming, at one point she said it would be spontaneous, or, you know, it would be impromptu. So she may or may not stream, but when she streams on Mondays, she usually streams around 1 o'clock, 1:30. 1:30 on Monday afternoons. She may or may not stream Lisa My Eclectic Life. You'll need to watch for her. What else? Monday night, Barb Owen comes on at 6 p.m. Eastern. And that's all I know. I'll be back on Tuesday morning at 6 o'clock. And if I'm not on by, on my morning streams, if I'm not on by 6:15, you know I'm not coming on. I try to post, but I don't always get that done either. So what did I do? I showed you my tatting. I showed you how I made my icicles. We talked about my tree that I'm going to make. I didn't get a chance to work on my old Santa faces. I want to finish these. Oh, there's my, we did a Tim Holtz page. I'll put this other page in that. Oops. Well, I lost the tatting. I'll put this other page. We did this. I'll put this one. I might put it over here, though. And I think I'm going to see what Becky is doing for her, fall journal. She said she's on page 3 and 4. I might try to do a couple pages in my October journal with her. And even though I may not have a huge October section, I'll have some, you know, and I'll be putting this in my, and I think I'm going to take some pictures of the tatting I've been doing and put in my October journal, because it's certainly a part of what I do during the month. So it's growing. So there we are. I wish you all a good start to the week. Take care. Do some art. It helps with the stress level, you know, and don't be concerned that your art isn't perfect. If you can make it perfect, fine and dandy. But, you know, if you look at the art, even like on these, if you look at authentic German Battenberg dolls, those faces are pretty primitive looking. And so what I'm saying is do what makes you happy. Do it at your skill level. If you're not at, just like my tatting, I'm a beginner tatter. I cannot do the beautiful tatting that some of these ladies do, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to quit tatting. I'm going to just keep going until I get better. And, you know, the same way that what you should do with your art, keep going until you get better. Enjoy it. That is the thing. That is one thing that I agreed with my college professors on. And on one of them that I did not appreciate very much at all. I did find one thing to agree with him on. He said that art nowadays is more of a personal thing. It isn't, unless you're in the graphic art or your fine art or commission art. That's a whole different story. But for most of us in the general population, art is done for our personal enjoyment. And that's what it should be. And if you're not doing art at a professional level, that's okay. It's perfectly okay because you're enjoying it. And yeah, that's all I have to say about that. So let me come out to chat. I lost my chat. Let me say good night to everybody. Thank you, Susan Jarrell. Thank you for all your ecto and endo and all your scientific and medical knowledge. Yeah, I learned so much from you guys. Good night, Teresa. Teresa, I have something I want to mail to you. Just give me time. It's not your cookbook, although I should get that out. But I got your address now, so I'll get it. I want to do a mailing this week, but you're in my thoughts, Teresa. And Leah, hi, Elisa. Leah, she says, exactly, it's given me a great compassion for others and their pain. What is she talking about? You know that God is not the author of anything bad, right? That's right. Let's see, what are they talking about? Good night, everyone. Leah says, I've had it with autocorrect. It needs grammar lessons. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about, but Leah says exactly. So there you go. I want to say good night. Have a really good start to the week. I'll finish up my little elf. He needs work. He looks like he's got some sort of striped skirt on. So I want to make these look more like leggings. So, all right, I got to sign off instead of mumbling my way through this. Have a great week, everybody. Go do some art. Bye.